Chapter 649. The ice-cold voice appeared to be about to turn the air into ice. Xiao Yan could even clearly sense that the temperature of the space where the two of them were in had instantly become cold the moment the voice was emitted. Xiao Yan did not know whether it was because his body's attribute rejected cold or because the temperature in the air was too low, but he clearly sensed that the temperature around him had become many times colder than other places. When Xiao Yan clearly heard the words from Sun Hanxi's mouth, his face under the black robe involuntarily revealed a suspicious expression. He did not seem to have much of an impression of this person. However, Xiao Yan quickly recalled this person when he thought of the four great clans. Back then, when he had just arrived at the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range, he had met the people from the four great clans in Mulberry Town. After which, he had killed a group of people from the Sun clan in order to save Murong Qianxian in the mountain range. In the end, the person who had escaped and was killed by the Northern King seemed to be called Sun Che. Sun Che, would you believe me if I said that I did not kill him? Xiao Yan's attitude was as calm as before in the face of Sun Hanxi's ice-cold, abyss-like questioning. If Sun Shuo was present, Xiao Yan would not have any ability to retaliate. However, if he was only facing Sun Hanxi, the Northern King alone would be sufficient to suppress him. If it were not for the fact that Xiao Yan was not in his best condition, Xiao Yan believed that he would be able to suppress Sun Hanxi by relying on his various tactics. When Sun Hanxi heard Xiao Yan's blunt words, his face became distorted because of the fury that had suddenly risen in his heart. An extremely icy killing intent surged out uncontrollably. A pair of scarlet eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan in front of him. If it was possible, he would have used his gaze to kill Xiao Yan 1,000 times over. Xiao Yan, do you know that Sun Che is my younger brother? He is my closest relative. You actually dare to kill him. Sun Hanxi, whose killing intent was about to explode in his heart, had a ferocious expression on his face. The expression on his face could not help but distort as he roared in an extremely hoarse voice. Ha! What a joke! At that time, he brought many people to take my life. If I didn't kill him, could it be that I would just stand there and allow him to kill me? Hearing this, Xiao Yan did not show any fear on his face. Instead, he curled his lips and laughed coldly. Pooh! With a sudden sound, an icy blue dough chi suddenly surged out from the surface of Sun Hanxi's body. In the blink of an eye, numerous sharp blades that were agglomerated from cold ice were swiftly formed in the empty space around her. At the same time, Sun Hanxi's hands also began to form some seals. Thick dough chi crazily surged out from his palm. Xiao Yan could clearly sense that the energy within this space was swiftly agglomerating following the changes in the seals formed by Sun Hanxi's hands. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and the Northern King's metal tower-like body immediately stood in front of Xiao Yan. From this angle, any attack from Sun Hanxi would be completely blocked by the Northern King. Soon after, when the seals in Sun Hanxi's hands were completely formed, an endless murderous intent in a pair of scarlet eyes turned into an earth-shaking roar. At the same time, Sun Hanxi's hand, which had formed a seal, suddenly smashed violently toward the Northern King. The instant Sun Hanxi's hand smashed forward, the invisible empty space suddenly collapsed. At the same time, an icy blue handprint also flew out from Sun Hanxi's hand. Looking at the crystal-clear appearance of the hand, those who did not know would think that it was merely an ornament. However, only a truly strong person would be able to see the strength contained in this palm. On top of this, countless sharp blades that were agglomerated from cold ice also flew out along with this palm. The combination of the two tore through the empty space in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of the Northern King. The Northern King waved his large hand in the face of this powerful attack from Sun Hanxi. A fist suddenly smashed into the empty space in front of him. Immediately, a frightening strength caused an invisible pit to appear in the empty space in front of him. At the same time, the space collapsed and an invisible fist shot out. It violently charged toward the incoming handprint. Bang bang bang. Immediately after, the Northern King threw over a dozen punches without any hesitation. The formless space rippled violently in front of him. Numerous fist imprints shot out, covering the sky and covering the earth as they swept out. Bang! A powerful energy immediately exploded when the two came into contact. Although the strength of this attack from Xianxia was extraordinary, the current Northern King was at the very least an expert at the Quasi-Do D class. The strength of over a dozen consecutive punches would not be weak. Hence, the handprint that Xianxia had agglomerated was ultimately destroyed by the Northern King's hands. Soon after, those ice blades that were agglomerated from cold ice still carried a sharp aura. In the blink of an eye, they passed through the empty space and landed on the Northern King's body. Bang bang bang. The numerous sharp ice blades carried a sharp aura that was just like the edge of a sword. The moment they touched the Northern King's body, they left behind inch-deep pits. These countless ice blades continued to land. In the blink of an eye, the Northern King's body had become uneven. Moreover, at the same time, the spot where the Northern King's body came into contact with each ice blade would immediately be covered by a layer of cold ice. In the blink of an eye, the Northern King's entire body had been completely sealed by the cold ice. The thick layer of ice tightly bound the Northern King's body, causing it to be unable to move even a little. Xianxia involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene. He immediately waved his large hand and the heavenly flame within his body charged out to help the Northern King melt the hard ice on its surface. At this moment, a sharp rushing wind sound suddenly appeared above Xianxia's head. Xianxia died. The expression on Xianxia's face under the black robe involuntarily changed when he saw this scene. His feet moved and he instantly used the sky annihilation step. Soon after, his body became like a gust of wind and instantly disappeared from the spot. Soon after, the anger in Xianxia's heart grew even stronger after his attack missed. His body flashed once again. The moment Xianxia appeared, Xianxia's body had already arrived in front of Xianxia. Damn it! Xianxia quietly cursed in his heart. He was currently not in his best condition and was unable to completely unleash the might of the sky annihilation step. This was why Xianxia was able to catch up to him so quickly. Now that Xianxia had attacked again, Xianxia had no way of dodging. Even with the wonders of the sky annihilation step, it was still difficult to dodge at such a short distance. Helpless, Xianxia could only raise the little Do Qi in his body. He waved his large hand and Do Qi gathered in his palm. In the blink of an eye, it covered his entire hand. Bang! The two white palms separated as they made contact in midair. Xianxia's body under the black robe suddenly shook. His body was immediately pulled back uncontrollably. His feet stomped violently on the ground. Each time his foot landed, it would leave an inch-deep footprint on the ground. When Xianxia stabilized his body with a grave expression, a muffled groan was involuntarily emitted from his throat. His originally pale face became even paler at this moment. Damn it! With my current condition, it is impossible for me to be a match for him. Xianxia inhaled 2 deep breaths. He sensed the traces of bloody sweetness that was transmitted from his throat. He involuntarily cursed in his heart. However, when he looked at the Northern King, he found that the latter was still firmly sealed by the hard ice. It was unable to escape, much less help Xianxia. Seeing this, the muscles on Xianxia's face could not help but twitch. He clenched his teeth. Just as he was about to move, his gaze, which had just retracted from the Northern King, suddenly froze. He hurriedly looked over again. Immediately, a joyous expression appeared deep in Xianxia's eyes. This is about to break through. Immediately, the haze in Xianxia's heart was swept away. What replaced it was a deep sense of joy. As he focused his gaze, he saw that streaks of black lightning were continuously flowing across the frozen Northern King's body like spiritual snakes. Under the solid ice, the Northern King's uneven body was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the slightly dim purple-gold flowing light on the surface of the Northern King's body gradually became pure. Swoosh! Just as Xianxia was distracted, Xianxia sneered. His body suddenly flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xianxia. Without hesitation, he slammed his palm down on Xianxia's face. At the same time, Xianxia swiftly recovered as he sensed the wind that was pouncing toward him. A thought passed through his mind and the dragon phoenix ancient armor covered his body. Both of his arms hurriedly blocked in front of him and blocked the attack that was coming toward him. Bang! As the attack landed, Xiao Yan's body flew backwards. Sun Hanshi took advantage of his body and quickly followed up with a vicious attack aimed at Xiao Yan's head. Under the black robe, Xiao Yan's expression swiftly changed as he helplessly tried his best to block Sun Hanshi's attack in front of him. Xiao Yan, how dare you kill my younger brother? Today, I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. A furious cry was emitted from Sun Hanshi's mouth. The attacks from his hands became increasingly sharp. Dou Qi wildly surged, and each of his attacks was fatal. Under such a sharp attack, even Xiao Yan could only miserably defend. Helplessly, Xiao Yan could not be blamed for being so passive. If his strength had not been greatly reduced, it would not have been so easy for the person in front of him to hurt him. On the other side, the Northern King, who was sealed in the ice layer, gradually recovered. The purplish gold flowing light that lingered over his body became increasingly clear. Unknowingly, numerous tiny cracks had swiftly covered the entire ice layer. Bang! Xiao Yan's body flew back miserably after the kick landed. A trace of blood involuntarily flowed down from the corner of his mouth under the black robe. Xiao Yan's face had turned pale. Sun Hanshi's mouth carried an extremely icy smile. His eyes were filled with a cold, killing intent. In the next moment, Sun Hanshi's body suddenly moved. By the time Xiao Yan lifted his head, he had already appeared above Xiao Yan's head. His body twisted and a whip kick violently landed on Xiao Yan's head. This time around, Xiao Yan was completely defenseless. Even if he wanted to retaliate, it was already too late. Xiao Yan die. As the cold cry from Sun Hanshi's mouth sounded, the expression on Xiao Yan's face changed the next moment. At the same time, that whipping kick had already descended on Xiao Yan's head at an extremely fast speed. In just an instant, Xiao Yan would become a dead soul under Sun Hanshi's hand. Bang! However, at this moment, the layer of ice behind Sun Hanshi that had imprisoned the Northern King suddenly exploded. At the same time, a purple gold flowing light flashed and appeared in front of Sun Hanshi. Sun Hanshi's expression suddenly changed drastically as a fist violently smashed into his face. A huge force poured down. Amidst a wave of cracking sounds, Sun Hanshi's body immediately flew back uncontrollably. Finally, he violently smashed into a wall at the end of the tunnel. His entire body was deeply embedded into the wall. At a glance, he appeared extremely miserable. When Xiao Yan lifted his gaze and looked in front of him, the expression in his eyes was clearly filled with joy. Finally, at this critical moment, he had managed to make it in time. The purple gold flowing light that had suddenly appeared in front of him was naturally the Northern King. The difference from before was that the current Northern King's strength had truly broken through and reached the Dou D class. If the Northern King from before could only be considered a quasi-emperor, then the one standing in front of Xiao Yan at this very moment was a true one-star Dou D, the Northern King. Chapter 650. Xiao Yan, it's you again. Are you planning to spoil my plans again? Yi Liyin's expression was extremely gloomy. The Dou Qi inheritance was so close to him, yet it had been spoiled by the person in front of him. This really caused him to be extremely furious. At the same time that Yi Liyin's gaze landed on Xiao Yan, a black-robed person beside him was also looking at the latter with a sinister gaze. That gaze was just like a poisonous snake, causing one to shudder. Haha, Yi Luotian, you and I are already like fire and water. Isn't it reasonable for me to spoil your plans? Moreover, he is not someone you can touch. Xiao Yan merely laughed when he heard this. Immediately, his eyes involuntarily landed on the black-robed person beside Yi Luotian. It's him, that fellow beside Qin Yun. Why would he appear beside Yi Luotian now? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. He felt a little suspicious in his heart. Just where did this black-robed person come from? From the way he was currently standing, it did not appear that he was being controlled by Yi Luotian. There was definitely some kind of special relationship between the two of them that maintained the balance between them. Xiao Yan's gaze once again turned when he thought of this. Soon after, he found Yen Hua and Yen Lai's figures in the crowd. However, he ultimately did not see Qin Yun. This caused Xiao Yan to feel incomparably surprised in his heart. Xiao Yan would not be surprised if the black-robed person had betrayed Qin Yun. However, Yan Hua and Yan Lai were Qin Yun's personal guards. Why would they stand with Yi Luotian's group? Of course, all of this was no longer important to the current Xiao Yan. The most important thing was to finish off this group of people in front of him. You, why did you save me? At this moment, Murong Xian had already recovered from the sudden change. He turned his gaze and saw Xiao Yan beside him. Immediately, his expression was slightly startled as he involuntarily asked. Just like what I said earlier, he and I are like fire and water. Ruining his plans is actually a good thing for me. What's more, you're Murong Xianxian's brother, so I have even more reason to take action. Xiao Yan smiled and had no intention of hiding anything. I think the last sentence is more reliable, but even so, I will still blame you for my sister running away from home. When he heard Xiao Yan's words, the shock on Murong Xian's face gradually dissipated. His previous impulsiveness was quickly suppressed at the bottom of his heart. He calmly swept his gaze across Xiao Yan before he glared hatefully at Yi Luotian. Yi Luotian, I will remember this. In the future, I will personally repay you for what you did today. For some unknown reason, even though there were 29 star Do Di in front of him, the despair in Murong Xian's heart was instantly swept away when Xiao Yan appeared beside him. Even his tone had become a little colder. TSK, in the future? What future? This old man wants to see how the two of you— Oh no, the four of you will be able to escape from this old man's palm. Yi Luotian's gaze swept across Murong Xian's two protectors in disdain. One was a 9-star Do Di while the other was an 8-star Do Di. Such strength was not even worth mentioning in the current situation. Ha Yi Luotian, I did not expect that you would rely on the withered leaf goo to control so many 9-star Do Di. However, you are not popular and I believe that you will sooner or later get yourself killed. Xiao Yan ignored the former's words as his gaze swept across the 29-star Do Di. His tone was cold and mocking. Controlling by force would only lead to one's own death. As of now, Yi Luotian's fate was obvious. He would die by Yi Luotian's hands sooner or later. Might trumps truth. Perhaps you are right. However, I'm afraid that you won't be able to wait until that day because you will die now. Yi Luotian coldly snorted. He immediately waved his sleeve and ordered the 29-star Do Di around him to charge at Xiao Yan's group of four. The two elite Do Di beside Murong Xian swiftly stepped forward and protected him from both sides. At the same time, they turned their solemn eyes to the 29-star elite Do Di who were charging toward them. They had no chance of winning against such a terrifying lineup. Even so, they would not retreat even half a step in order to protect Murong Xian from harm. Let me do it. Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes flickered slightly. There was a cold smile on his face as he slowly stepped forward. He walked to the front of the four and slowly raised his hand under the shocked gazes of the two elders behind him. He raised his hand and his palm faced the 29-star Do Di who were charging over. However, he did not use any strength. The two elders behind him faced each other. They violently clenched their teeth and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. However, their hearts did not dare to relax even a little. Although they had personally witnessed Xiao Yan defeating their group, the current situation was very different from before. Regardless of how strong Xiao Yan's fighting strength was, it was impossible for him to be a match for 29-star Do Di. Hence, even they did not dare to completely trust Xiao Yan in their hearts. Tsk. Even Yi Luotian could not help but laugh strangely at this strange scene. His laughter was filled with disdain. In a situation where he was facing 29-star Do Di, he actually dared to act in such an arrogant manner. This was no different from seeking death. As for the black-robed man standing beside him at this moment, when he saw this, his face under the black robe frowned and pondered. He understood Xiao Yan better than the people beside him. He believed that Xiao Yan was definitely not someone who would foolishly send himself to his death. The reason he dared to act in such a manner was definitely because he was certain of something. However, at this moment, even he could not imagine how Xiao Yan would have the ability to retaliate when facing 29-star Do Di at the same time. This was simply inconceivable. Soon after, the doubt in the black-robed person's heart was immediately answered. Freeze! A faint word was spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth. In the next instant, the group of elite Do Di surrounded Xiao Yan's group. Various powerful Do techniques fell from the sky like raindrops, violently exploding toward the four of them. However, the entire place suddenly froze. No, it was not frozen. Instead, all the actions of the people present were controlled by a strong strength. Even those Do skills that flew out were similarly forcefully paused in midair. Xiao Yan's one word had really stopped the attacks of the 29-star Do Di. Immediately, two black-robed human figures appeared beside Xiao Yan in a faint manner while everyone's hearts were feeling incomparably frightened. They appeared just like ghosts. Mobile version update website. Chapter 651. The black-colored thunderbolt was like an enormous python as it coiled around the Northern King's body. The frightening thunderbolt strength seemed to have received an order the moment the Northern King appeared as it violently smashed towards Xianxia, who was charging toward it. Bang! Soon after, an explosive sound was emitted. Xianxia's expression changed drastically as his body involuntarily flew backwards. His feet stomped violently on the empty space. Sounds of air exploding were emitted from under Xianxia's feet. Only after 100 steps did his body come to a stop in a somewhat miserable manner. The murderous intent in Xianxia's eyes became even denser when he raised his head and looked over. Humph! Do I need to rely on this puppet again? Since that is the case, I will finish off this puppet before I kill you. Xianxia snorted coldly. A thought passed through his mind as an icy blue Do Chi swiftly spread under his feet. The extremely cold temperatures sealed the entire space they were in ice in the blink of an eye. Cold ice domain, shattering star break. Xianxia waved his large hand as he let out a cold cry. Immediately, numerous cold glows agglomerated in the air. They turned into raindrop-like Do Chi pillars that violently attacked the Northern King and Xiao Yan from all directions. Bang! At the same time, the Northern King's feet violently stomped on the ground. The hard layer of ice was immediately broken apart. The black-colored thunderbolt that coiled around his body seemed to have come alive. As the Northern King threw punch after punch, the black-colored thunderbolt also separated into a black-colored lightning glow that violently shot out. Unlike before, the current Northern King had not only completely recovered from the injuries he had suffered, but even his attacks were accompanied by thunderbolts. Each time his fist landed, the sound of an ear-piercing thunderbolt would appear within this space. The invisible space trembled intensely under this thunderbolt. Finally, with a bang, it shattered like a mirror and turned into an endless darkness. Bang, bang, bang! Continuous rumbling sounds continued to resound within this tunnel that was covered by cold ice. At the same time, powerful Do Chi ripples also swept apart within this space. The ice layer that had just covered the tunnel gradually cracked and formed numerous clear crack lines under this frightening strength. Immediately after the explosion, Xianxia's figure flashed and appeared in front of the North King in the next moment. With a twist of his left hand, he slammed it down on the North King's chest. At the same time, the North King threw a punch at Xianxia. Black lightning spread up his arm and eventually covered his entire arm. Boom! The fist and palm collided and separated upon contact. However, what was different from before was that this time around, both the Northern King and Xianxia were pushed back. With such a powerful attack, the two of them were actually evenly matched. Even someone like Xianxia did not expect such a result. How did the Northern King, whom he had easily suppressed earlier, become so frightening in the blink of an eye? This puppet is really strange. How can its strength be? Could it be? Xianxia's left arm shook and expelled the black lightning that had surged into his chi paths immediately. He lifted his eyes and looked at the North King with a grave expression. While he was feeling doubtful in his heart, his eyes swept over the black lightning that lingered over the North King's body. Immediately, the expression in Xianxia's eyes changed. At the same time, he fell into deep thought. Bei Wenk did not use the black lightning in the earlier collision. It was also because of this that the lightning had neutralized most of the strength of his palm in the earlier collision. When the lightning had entered his body, it had caused him to helplessly withdraw in a miserable manner. It's because of the lightning. Suddenly, the expression in Sun Hanshi's eyes hardened. He could not help but softly exclaim. On the other side, Xiao Yan's eyes were also filled with surprise as he looked at the North King in front of him. This was especially the case when he looked at the black lightning. His eyes were filled with surprise. Although the Northern King had been able to use those black-colored thunderbolts a long time ago, it was at the very most able to achieve a numbing effect. However, this was the first time that Xiao Yan had seen the Northern King use the black-colored thunderbolts to fight. Moreover, from the looks of it, the North King had clearly refined the lightning. The two had merged into one. The lightning was just like the heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body. It had completely become a part of the North King's strength. TSK, this is really unexpected. This puppet is actually able to coincidentally merge with the natural strength under the bombardment of countless lightning bolts. Come to think of it, the way this puppet of yours obtains strength is much simpler and faster than you, its master. I even suspect that between you and him, who will have greater achievements in the future. Gu Yu's mocking voice was faintly transmitted from within Xiao Yan's body while he was feeling surprised by the strange scene of the North King. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a little stunned when he heard these words. He glanced at the North King in front of him before his eyes involuntarily swept over himself. He felt helpless in his heart. From the looks of it, it seemed that the North King's achievements were indeed greater. When comparing the two of them, their methods of obtaining strength were the most extreme. Xiao Yan chose to swallow the heavenly flame, while the North King swallowed the lightning. Both were natural strength. Xiao Yan obtained the heavenly flame. Not only did he have to endure the pain of the heavenly flame burning his body, but if he was not careful, he might even be in fatal danger. On the other hand, the North King's steel body was indestructible. Being a puppet, it did not know pain. No matter how the lightning struck, it would eventually be swallowed by it. This method of obtaining strength could be called barbaric. Most importantly, the North King's strength did not encounter any bottlenecks. In other words, as long as it possessed sufficient lightning strength, the North King's strength would continue to grow. In other words, Xiao Yan was likely inferior to the North King. However, Xiao Yan finally laughed. The corner of his mouth parted into a smile under the black robe. So what if this was the case? Regardless of how strong the North King was, it was still not his. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed in his heart when he thought of this. Immediately, Sun Hanshi, who was standing a short distance away from the North King, slowly lifted his eyes when Xiao Yan raised his head. A pair of dark and stern eyes stared at the North King like a poisonous snake. Ice blue do qi gradually rose on the surface of his body. I really did not expect that a mere puppet would possess such powerful strength. It is even able to control such a strange lightning. Even so, a puppet is ultimately a puppet. In front of true strength, it is merely an ice-cold corpse. Sun Hanshi's left hand slowly clenched into a fist. His knuckles emitted a slight cracking sound. At the same time, his right arm gradually regained its agility under the recovery of the medicinal pill. Although his injuries had yet to fully recover, he was barely able to move with the do qi wrapped around him. Even if it is a corpse, it is more than enough to deal with you. Xiao Yan coldly laughed. He believed that with the lightning on his body, the strength of the current North King was not inferior to a one-star middle-level do di. Moreover, under the suppression of the lightning, Sun Hanshi's strength would be greatly reduced. Sun Hanshi would undoubtedly be defeated in the following battle. Since this is the case, allow me to personally try. Sun Hanshi's face was ferocious. He clenched his large hand and an ice-blue crystal-clear broadsword appeared in his hand. The blade shook and an ice-cold air immediately lingered over it. Do qi surged and swiftly wrapped around the entire blade. Sun Hanshi immediately swung his arm and the sharp blade immediately cut through the empty air. It carried a sharp ear-piercing explosion as it violently hacked toward the North King's head. The North King slowly lifted his indifferent eyes when faced with this attack. Soon after, his metal fist suddenly tightened when the broadsword was about to reach him. The sound of metal colliding was emitted from his palm. The black lightning was like an enormous python that coiled around his fist. Soon after, a simple punch was violently thrown forward. Clang! The metal fist, which had a purple-gold flowing light flowing over it, violently collided with the broadsword that was coming toward him while being wrapped by the black lightning. Immediately, sparks flew in all directions. A buzzing sound reverberated within the tunnel. The two figures were shaken until they took a couple of steps back when the attack landed. Sun Hanxi's expression changed slightly. His gaze swiftly swept over the trembling broadsword in his hand. The muscles on the corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched. A thought passed through his mind. The dou qi within the vortex in his body hurriedly followed his qi paths and circulated throughout his body. After swiftly removing the lightning that had entered his body, the numbness that was transmitted from his body disappeared. What a strange lightning! Sun Hanxi quietly exclaimed in his heart. However, he did not dare to be careless. This was because the North King had taken the initiative to launch an attack while he was waiting. The broadsword in Sun Hanxi's hand randomly danced. Numerous sharp dou qi pillars carried a frightening aura that tore through the empty air as they violently shot toward the North King. The Northern King was completely fearless in the face of these dou qi bolts. His pair of iron fists violently swung, forcefully shattering most of the blade glows into pieces. As for the small portion, he used his body to forcefully block them. Two human figures chased each other in the midair. Dou qi soared wildly as thunderbolts shot out. Their ghost-like speed caused the bodies of the two to gradually become illusionary. If Xiao Yan's strength was not quite strong, it was likely that he would not have been able to clearly see the figures of the two. The two figures collided intensely in midair. Each time they collided, they would add new damage to the broken walls around them. In just a short moment, the walls, which were already unable to endure the pressure, appeared to be on the verge of collapse. It was as though they would collapse at any moment. With the flow of time, the situation in the arena gradually became clear. Sun Hanxi's strength was originally at the initial 1-star Dou Di level. Although he had used the secret technique to temporarily raise his strength, this was not a long-term solution. If he continued to exhaust himself like this, he would immediately fall to rock bottom once the time limit of the secret technique was up. At that time, he would really become a fish on the chopping block, allowing Xiao Yan to do whatever he wanted. This was an outcome that he was unwilling to see no matter what. From the looks of the current situation, he either needed to defeat the North King in front of him and kill Xiao Yan in one fell swoop, or he could only miserably flee from this place. Clang! A loud sound appeared. Sun Hanxi and the North King each took 100 steps back. Under the restoration of the Black Thunderbolt, the injuries left behind by the broadsword on the North King's body were swiftly being healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, Sun Hanxi only discovered that quite a number of cracks had appeared on the broadsword in his hand after he stopped his body. At this moment, there were even 2 eye-catching crack lines that were quietly spreading across the broadsword. Sun Hanxi's heart involuntarily sank when he saw this scene. Before he could do anything, Sun Hanxi was shocked to discover that the little remaining dou qi within his body was swiftly flowing away at this moment. This also meant that the secret technique that Sun Hanxi had used was about to reach the end of its time limit. The 2 unexpected changes in front of him gave Sun Hanxi a head-on blow. Only then did he hurriedly wake up in his heart. The current him was no longer an intermediate level 1-star Dou Di. The dou qi within his body had already begun to flow away. If he was unable to end this battle within the shortest amount of time, it was likely that he would receive a fatal blow. At this moment, the North King on the opposite side of Sun Hanxi once again shot forward. The turbulent thunderbolt was like a serpent that lingered around the North King's body. With the help of the thunderbolt, the North King's speed had become increasingly frightening. "Bastard! I will fight it out with you." Sun Hanxi's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. Both of his hands were swiftly raised. Even the dou qi within his body began to swiftly circulate at this moment. Sun Hanxi's 10 fingers moved together, and a series of complicated seals were rapidly formed between his hands. The afterimages were endless, and at a glance, it was actually a dazzling sight. As these seals were swiftly formed, all of the remaining Do Qi within his body swiftly flowed along his Qi paths. Finally, it followed the Qi paths in his arms and gathered in his palms. Although the speed of Sun Hanxi's hands was not fast, the North King's speed was even faster. Just as the Do skill in Sun Hanxi's hands was about to be completed, the North King's body had already appeared in front of him. What? The enormous black figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him caused Sun Hanxi's heart to suddenly become sluggish. Soon after, a metal fist violently smashed into Sun Hanxi's hands. Soon after, it heavily landed on his chest. Bang! The bang sound that was like a balloon exploding was emitted. Immediately, fresh blood scattered. Quite a number of fragments of internal organs were mixed within it. At the same time, Sun Hanxi's body was instantly bent in an extremely exaggerated manner as he shot backward. Finally, he was deeply embedded into the already shattered wall. However, just as the North King was about to move, 2 firm palm prints had unknowingly been deeply imprinted on his chest. Soon after, bang! An earth-shaking explosion resounded throughout the tunnel. Everyone within a 10,000 feet radius clearly heard it. At the same time, everyone's faces had become completely shocked at this moment. Soon after, a frightening Do Qi wave suddenly swept through the tunnel in front of Xiao Yan's wildly changing expression. In merely an instant, the surrounding walls completely collapsed. Even the various treasures within the stone rooms were instantly destroyed. Chapter 652. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed since the battle between Xiao Yan and Sun Hanxi, or perhaps the battle between the Northern King and Sun Hanxi. No one had expected that Sun Hanxi would actually use all of his strength to unleash that frightening Do skill at the end of the battle. With just one attack, he had instantly destroyed a large portion of the stone room. Quite a number of Bandi experts had lost their lives because of it. Fortunately, Xiao Yan did not meet with much accident in that energy storm. Although he had suffered some injuries, Xiao Yan was undoubtedly lucky compared to those Bandi experts who had lost their lives. Even the current Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little resentful when he thought of the scene back then. The frightening energy storm had destroyed a large portion of the stone room in the blink of an eye. That strength could only be described by the word, frightening. The thing that caused Xiao Yan to be even more shocked was that even the Northern King had suffered quite a serious injury from that attack. It was likely that Xiao Yan would not be able to use the Northern King for the next couple of days unless Xiao Yan was willing to see a Do D-class fighter completely crippled in front of him. That Do skill is likely at the very least a low spirit class. During the flight, Xiao Yan's mind involuntarily recalled the battle 2 days ago. His heart involuntarily moved when he thought of the Do skill that Sun Hanxi had unleashed. It was likely that only his Angry Buddha Lotus Flame and Angry Buddha Reincarnation could compare with a spirit class Do skill in the hands of the current Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan involuntarily revealed an emotional and helpless smile when he thought of this. Being born was indeed a good thing. With a background, one would have everything regardless of whether it was training resources or various high-class Do skills. On the other hand, Xiao Yan had to rely on himself to give up everything in order to have the chance to obtain them. Moreover, he had to walk on the edge of a knife every time. However, Xiao Yan understood in his heart when he turned his head and thought about it. Although it had not been easy for him to obtain his strength, it was precisely because of this that Xiao Yan treasured this strength that he had obtained with great difficulty. This caused him to be even more focused on his Do Qi training. At the same time, compared to those members of the aristocratic families, Xiao Yan's strength was much stronger. Was this not the reason? Ah, brat, not bad. You are finally able to think through all of this. Gu Yu, who was within Xiao Yan's body, involuntarily laughed in a teasing manner after having seen through him. Xiao Yan was Gu Gu's body. Xiao Yan, who was wrapped in a black robe, immediately turned into a breeze. Xiao Yan had disappeared from the end of the tunnel. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from the end of the tunnel. Currently, Xiao Yan did not have any other expectations within this large stone hall. Compared to them, he was more concerned about the movements of the 4 great clans. Xiao Yan had originally thought that given the overall strength of the 4 great clans, They should have already entered the ancient forest. However, from what Xiao Yan could see, this did not seem to be the case. It had been over 10 days since everyone had entered the remains. However, Xiao Yan was still able to meet Sun Hanshi. This also meant that the 4 great clans were not in a hurry to the deeper regions of the remains. It seemed that even they had remained in the large stone hall for a long time. Even though they had already exited the large stone hall, it should not have been more than 5 days. Xiao Yan was confident that 5 days was enough for him to catch up to the 4 great clans. While Xiao Yan was wholeheartedly flying in the direction of the ancient forest, Sun Hanshi, who was covered in injuries, was still seriously injured at a certain spot within the large stone hall. Sun Hanshi was seated cross-legged in an empty stone room. His deathly pale face was completely devoid of blood. Half of his face was purplish-black, causing him to appear even more miserable and weak. Cough cough. Xiao Yan, this time around I will definitely get back at you. Sun Hanshi's lips and teeth trembled as he spat out these words with great difficulty. At the same time, a cold, murderous intent crazily gushed out from his eyes uncontrollably. I'm afraid that you won't have the chance to do so. However, at this moment, there was no one else other than Sun Hanshi in the empty stone room. A cold laughter filled with ridicule was suddenly heard. The instant this voice was heard, the expression on Sun Hanshi's originally pale face changed drastically. A pair of frightened eyes involuntarily swept around the stone room. The expression on his face was extremely grave. After entering the stone room, he had clearly set up a powerful formation in front of the stone room. It was impossible for an ordinary half-martial emperor to break it. It was even more impossible for an ordinary half-martial emperor to enter the stone room without him noticing. Since that was the case, what was going on right now? I am Sun Hanshi, the young master of the Sun clan of the 4 great clans. May I know who this friend is? You actually dare to make such a joke with me. Sun Hanshi forcefully pulled himself together. His pair of sharp eyes cautiously swept around the stone room. It was as though he would attack at any moment. What a coincidence. I am Bai Zhan from the Bai clan of the 4 great clans. I am also the young master of the Bai clan. After Sun Hanshi's words sounded, the empty space at a certain spot within the stone room gradually distorted. A human figure wrapped in a black robe slowly appeared in the stone room. At the same time, a faint cold laughter was emitted from his mouth. The instant these words entered Sun Hanshi's ears, the expression in his eyes suddenly hardened. Immediately, a disdainful cold smile surfaced on his face. I was wondering who it was. So it is you, Trash. Bai Zhan, I did not expect that you actually managed to sneak into the remains. Unfortunately, you are destined to stay in this shabby large stone hall. Sun Hanshi's words were filled with disdain. Bai Zhan was merely a half-martial emperor. Even though he was currently seriously injured, it would not be so easy for Bai Zhan to kill him. Hearing this, Bai Zhan's face under the black robe involuntarily revealed a cold smile. He took off the cloak on his head with one hand, revealing a fair and handsome face. At this moment, there was a cold smile that was filled with ridicule on his face. Seeing this, Sun Hanshi could not help but frown slightly. No matter how he thought about it, he could not figure out how the half-martial emperor in front of him was going to kill him. Good. Good, Bai Zhan. A mere half-martial emperor dares to speak such nonsense in front of me. I want to see how you are going to kill me. Bai Zhan smiled in a non-committal manner. Soon after, his footsteps slowly walked towards Sun Hanshi, who was currently seated in the middle of the stone room. At the same time, he slowly said, "That day, I told you that the humiliation today will be repaid in the future. Today, it is time for you to repay everything." After his words sounded, before the smile on Sun Hanshi's face could spread, in the next instant, a powerful aura spread out from Bai Zhan's body with every step he took. When Bai Zhan arrived in front of Sun Hanshi, the aura in his body had already reached an extremely frightening degree. It was so much so that it was not inferior to the heir of the Zhuo clan, Wang Lin. The expression on Sun Hanshi's face finally gradually changed at this moment. The cold smile that had just surfaced on his face gradually solidified when this aura was transmitted over. Finally, it disappeared. Finally, it was replaced with a completely dull expression. His heart and even his soul were filled with incomparable fear at this moment. It was a long while later before Sun Hanxi's entire body trembled as he slowly spoke. His voice was filled with deep disbelief. Two-star do-di. Chapter 653. The interior of the remains was an ancient forest filled with tens of thousands of beasts. The tall and straight ancient trees were like a group of mysterious strong people who did not know anything about the world. They were overlooking everything that was happening within the remains. At this moment, a group of people were seated cross-legged at a certain spot within the forest. From the looks of it, they seemed to be waiting for something. If one were to look carefully, there was a middle-aged man with an extremely dense aura among this group of people. At this moment, his eyes were tightly shut as he calmed his emotions. This middle-aged man was the head of the Sun clan, Sun Shua. He didn't know why, but ever since he left the giant rock hall, Sun Shua kept having a bad premonition. He kept feeling that he was missing something, which made him feel rather uneasy. But no matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't understand. With his strength, what could possibly happen? Could it be Sun Hanxi? Sun Shua's heart immediately tightened when he thought of this. However, he quickly dispelled this thought. Currently, Sun Hanxi was also an elite do-di. Among all the people who had entered the remains this time around, the number of people who could pose a threat to him could be counted with one's fingers. However, even if those people were able to suppress Sun Hanxi, he was after all a do-di. If they could not defeat him, it would not be so easy to kill him. Sun Shua was ultimately unable to come up with an answer no matter how he thought about it. Finally, he could only use training to gradually calm the emotions in his heart. As the head of a clan, his emotions would affect the younger generation members of the clan around him. His uneasiness would also unknowingly reduce the overall strength of this group of people. This was not a good thing. However, at a certain moment, the tightly knit eyebrows of Sun Shua, who was quietly sitting cross-legged, suddenly relaxed. However, the expression on his face did not become relaxed because of this. Instead, it faintly revealed a worried and furious expression. After a couple of breaths, Sun Shua's tiger body trembled slightly. His wide hand was slowly spread open. A pair of eyes that were filled with a glint stared at his opened right palm. Due to his nervousness, his throat involuntarily emitted a sound of swallowing his saliva. The anxiety in his heart had also become extremely intense at this moment. In the next moment, a round jade tablet appeared in Sun Shua's palm without the disciples of the family noticing. Upon closer inspection, the two words Han Shi were shockingly written on this jade tablet. However, at this very moment, crack lines after crack lines swiftly spread out on this jade tablet like a spider web. In the blink of an eye, they had densely covered the entire jade tablet. Hanxi. The situation that appeared on the jade token caused the expression on Sun Shua's face to suddenly change drastically. In the end, under Sun Shua's gaze that was on the verge of going crazy, the jade token in the center of his palm shattered with a bang and transformed into numerous fragments. Sun Shua's entire body trembled. The do-chi within the vortex within his body began to churn intensely and uncontrollably at this moment. Suddenly, an unbelievable furious roar was emitted from Sun Shua's mouth. Soon after, a frightening do-chi wave suddenly erupted from Sun Shua's body. In an instant, it formed an earth-shaking energy storm that began to wreak havoc in this ancient mountain forest. As the storm swept over, the first to be injured were the younger generation members of the Sun clan. With just one attack, these younger generation members, whose strength had yet to reach the do-di class, were immediately seriously injured and sent flying one after another. At this moment, Sun Shua did not have the time to bother about all of this. His widened eyes were filled with killing intent that soared to the sky. The scarlet color caused this entire place to be filled with an additional killing intent. A merciless, murderous aura lingered over this place. Sun Shua's right hand was firmly holding the already shattered jade tablet in his palm. That was the soul tablet of his son, Sun Hanxi. If the soul tablet was complete, it meant that he was still alive. If the soul tablet was only shattered, It meant that he was seriously injured. Now, however, the soul tablet had completely shattered. This meant that Xianxia had died. From today onwards, there would no longer be such a person on this continent. Hunt, my son, who is it? Who is it that dares to kill my son? I will definitely pull out your tendons and pull out your bones so that you will die without a burial ground. Xianxia's body trembled intensely. His right hand, which was holding the jade tablet, suddenly exerted a force and forcefully crushed the shattered jade tablet into powder. The powder exploded in the air and scattered with the wind. Only at this moment did those members of the Sun clan, who did not know what had happened, recover. When they heard the wild roar from Xianxia's mouth, the expression on everyone's faces immediately changed. No one had expected that Xianxia had actually died. As Xianxia stood in the square, the other members of the Sun clan also held their breaths and focused their attention. Everyone's eyes revealed shock and horror as they stared at Xianxia in the square. The terrifying Daoist storm continued to wildly wreak havoc in this place. As he stood in the middle of the storm, the emotions in Xianxia's heart were unable to calm down for a long time. However, after a few years, his two sons had lost their lives in the hands of others. The most infuriating thing was that even so, Xianxia did not even know who had killed his sons. How could he calm down when faced with such a matter? Who is it? Who is it? Don't tell me it is the Bai clan? Xianxia's heart was about to go crazy. When he thought of the deaths of his two sons, the churning dou qi in his body was immediately unable to be suppressed. No, it is impossible. Other than Baiying, there is no one in the Bai clan who is a match for Hanshi. Moreover, Baiying also left the large rock hall with me. It is impossible for him to kill Hanshi. Xianxia carefully pondered in his heart. He guessed that it could be anyone who had killed his sons. If he really determined the murderer, he would definitely not hesitate to kill him in these remains. Hua clan? That group of people is extremely mysterious. Don't tell me it is them? The killing intent in Xianxia's heart gradually rose when he thought of the Hua clan. However, it was quickly eliminated by him. Although the Hua clan was strong, they had already left the large rock hall a long time ago. They had even left earlier than the other two clans. However, if one were to exclude the Hua clan and the Bai clan, there was only one remaining, the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan was the last clan among the four great clans to enter the remains. Moreover, the Zhou clan was also the strongest among the four great clans. Although Xianxia had already advanced to the Dou Di class, there was still quite a large gap when compared with the middle-level 2-star Dou Di Wang Lin. Moreover, the two of them had the status of heir. The Dou skills that they practiced were also of quite high ranks. If they were to really fight, Wang Lin's chances of victory were still higher. Of course, other than this, there were naturally quite a number of elite Dou Di from various places in the remains. Even though this was the case, it was likely that those people would not dare to easily offend the heir of the four great clans. Hence, from the looks of it, the person who had the highest possibility of killing Xianxia was the Zhou clan. Chapter 654. 3 days later. Within the enormous rock hall, Xiao Yan was recovering from the injuries within his body with the help of medicinal pills while swiftly flying toward the end of the enormous rock hall. With Xianxia as an example, this time around, Xiao Yan was even more careful as he hurried along the way. Along the way, he used his spiritual strength to probe his surroundings. On one hand, he was probing the end of the tunnel, searching for a method to leave the enormous rock hall. On the other hand, he was also carefully guarding against his surroundings. Who knew if there were any strong people who were good at hiding their qi following him, wanting to take his life? Finally, his efforts paid off. On this day, when Xiao Yan spread out his soul power to explore his surroundings, his soul power suddenly seemed to be devoured by something mysterious. He couldn't find the end of it for a while. Xiao Yan's heart rejoiced instead of feeling shocked when he sensed this. The sky extinction steps under his feet were unleashed to its limit in an instant. His body, which was covered by a black robe, immediately transformed into a breeze. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from this endless tunnel. After a short while, Xiao Yan's figure was already standing in front of a space tunnel that was surrounded by a milky white light. This space tunnel looked no different from the space tunnels that Xiao Yan had seen at the beginning. This was one of the reasons why Xiao Yan could recognize it at a glance. Phew! Finally found it. Seeing the space tunnel in front of him, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel relieved. Thinking about it carefully, it had been half a month since he had entered the ruins. During this time, Xiao Yan had gone through more than 10 battles. Fortunately, he had finally arrived here without any danger. Xiao Yan bitterly smiled. Immediately, he inhaled a deep breath of air through his nose. His feet moved and he stepped into the spatial tunnel in front of him. Soon after, Xiao Yan's figure was like a leaf that was submerged in water as he was instantly swallowed by the milky white light. At the same time, on a certain huge open space outside the ancient forest, 2 huge space tunnels that were close to each other suddenly shone brightly. Soon after, 2 black-robed human figures leaped out from within. Immediately, they stood steadily on the open space under their feet. At this moment, there were quite a number of scattered elite Daoist who had passed through the space tunnel and arrived at the large open space. Everyone looked over and saw a tall, towering, ancient pine tree that stood proudly in the distance. Its tall tree trunk reached the clouds. Despite being a great distance away, those ancient trees still gave people an indescribable pressure when they looked at them. This aura pressure was not a pressure that was formed from any kind of strength. Instead, it was the most natural pressure. This pressure was the natural strength that had gradually settled in this ancient forest after a countless number of years. Under this pressure, even an elite Daoist would need to show some respect. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, landed on the ground. A pair of clear eyes under the black robe swiftly swept around the square. Finally, when his gaze landed on his right, the expression of the pair of clear eyes under the black robe involuntarily became a little solemn. At this moment, there was actually a similarly black-robed human figure standing quietly on Xiao Yan's right. His actions were similar to Xiao Yan's. He first glanced at the ancient forest in front of him with a vast and mighty aura. The eyes under the black robe revealed a shocked expression. Soon after, he seemed to have sensed the gaze that Xiao Yan shot over from the side. Immediately, the 2 gazes swiftly clashed in midair. Soon after, they turned away one after another. Who is this person? What a powerful strength! The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened when he sensed the powerful aura that filled those eyes. His heart involuntarily felt a solemnness. The strength of the person in front of him was likely not weak. On this point, he was even stronger than Sun Hanshi. While this thought rose in Xiao Yan's heart, the black-robed person beside him was similarly guessing the current Xiao Yan in his heart. However, the nose of the human figure under the black robe immediately emitted a soft laugh. Immediately, his body moved and he ignored Xiao Yan. Instead, he took the lead and flew towards a certain direction in this ancient forest. Xiao Yan's face carried some suspicion as he frowned slightly when he saw this human figure leave. Only then did he ignore the other party. His body moved and he similarly flew towards a certain direction that he believed to be going. Old Gu, do you know that person from earlier? I don't know. Don't ask me. Xiao Yan had just asked Guyu a question in his heart while he was flying when Guyu poured a bucket of cold water on him, extinguishing the doubt in Xiao Yan's heart. Hee, brat, since you are curious, why don't you personally ask him? Why must you ask an old man like me all these questions? What do you take this old man for? Guyu laughingly scolded. Xiao Yan could only helplessly smile upon hearing this. He lifted his eyes and looked at the tall trees in the distance. Shock gradually surged into his heart. A short moment later, Xiao Yan finally entered this ancient forest. He found what he believed to be the tallest ancient tree in this place and immediately leaped onto it. He found a thick tree trunk, but he did not immediately use his spiritual strength to search for the soul-gathering fruit. Instead, he twisted his legs and sat down on this tree trunk. Traveling for a couple of days was quite exhausting on one's do qi. Moreover, the injuries within Xiao Yan's body had yet to be healed. Searching for the soul-gathering fruit at this moment was really not a wise choice. Hence, Xiao Yan planned to rest in this place for a night. It would not be too late to begin searching for the soul-gathering fruit after he had recovered most of the injuries and qi within his body. Otherwise, excessive exhaustion would not be a good thing for Xiaoyan. After all, the people he was about to face next were all genuine elite Daoist. If he was the slightest bit careless, he might lose his life in this place. No matter how one put it, this did not allow him to act impulsively. As Xiaoyan sat cross-legged, the flame mantra qi method within his body began to circulate. Immediately, waves of natural energy swiftly gathered toward Xiaoyan. They passed through the clothes on the surface of his body, followed all the pores on his body, and poured into his body. They entered his qi paths and followed the route of the flame mantra qi method. After circulating one round within his body, they were finally completely refined by the heavenly flame. Immediately, they transformed into a drop of extremely pure qi water droplet that entered the vortex space in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the injuries within Xiaoyan's body also gradually recovered as the heavenly flame rose within his body. Chapter 655. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight from the horizon scattered onto Xiaoyan's face, Xiaoyan's eyes, which had been tightly shut for an entire night, suddenly opened at this moment. A beautiful flame glow instantly flashed across his pair of dark black eyes. Even the aura around his body had become incomparably thick. Xiaoyan slowly exhaled a deep breath of air. He raised his eyes and his gaze shot toward the deep parts of the forest in the distance. His dark black gaze was like an arrow that pierced through the clouds. It penetrated through the countless number of gaps between the branches and leaves. At the edge of his sight, Xiaoyan seemed to have vaguely seen an ancient magical beast that was in a deep slumber. Xiaoyan's heart was slightly startled. His mouth involuntarily let out a surprised cry. Soon after, the magical beast at the edge of his sight also seemed to have discovered something. A pair of tightly shut huge beast eyes suddenly opened. The brown-colored beast eyes, which were the size of a human, revealed a warm fury. "Human, you dare to spy on this D?" A low roar was emitted. In an instant, it was like a rumbling thunder. The entire mountain forest shook intensely at this moment. The magical beasts in the mountain forest were shaken back by this sound. Even some of the human Daoist, who heard this roar, had a drastic change in their expressions. At the same time that their hearts were shocked, their bodies also hurriedly pulled back. Buzz! When Xiaoyan withdrew his mind, the low beast roar continued to reverberate in his mind. It was like the sound of a bell. The invisible pressure that it contained almost caused his head to feel like it was about to split apart. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's entire face had turned red. The veins on his forehead bulged. Even his pair of dark black eyes were actually filled with fresh blood at this moment. One could imagine just how much pain Xiaoyan was enduring at this moment. The intense pain that was transmitted from his mind caused Xiaoyan's expression to suddenly become distorted. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's clothes were completely drenched in cold sweat. Damn it! Suppress him! Suddenly, Xiaoyan, whose face was filled with pain, emitted a furious roar from his mouth. His body shook and a frightening spiritual strength immediately swept out from within the soul bead in his mind. It swiftly spread out from his body and wrapped around the space within dozens of feet around Xiaoyan. Within this space, a powerful spiritual pressure continued to rise. Finally, the low roar that shook one's soul was completely eliminated from Xiaoyan's mind. Only then did Xiaoyan slowly relax his body. His face involuntarily revealed an expression that still had some lingering fear. What frightening strength! Just his roar alone is enough to make me exhaust all my energy. Just how frightening is this fellow's actual body? Xiaoyan resentfully withdrew his gaze. However, he no longer dared to look in that direction. What a joke! If he really offended an expert of that level, it was likely that even with Xiaoyan's speed, he would not be able to leave his current position. Xiaoyan did not doubt in his heart that the strength of this magical beast far surpassed the 4 elite Daoist from the 4 great clans who had come this time around. Its strength was likely at least that of a 4-star Daoist. You are really lucky. Fortunately, he did not really attack you. Otherwise, you would have already died. At this moment, Gu Yu, who was within Xiao Yan's body, slowly opened his mouth and spoke. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled bitterly and shook his head when he heard Gu Yu's mocking words. Old Gu had really done a good job of leaving all the work to others. He really did not care when he said that he would not intervene. If Xiao Yan's willpower had not been firm earlier, it was likely that he would have been killed by that roar if he had allowed it to reverberate. Old Gu, just what kind of magical beast is that? It is actually this frightening. It is merely a small monkey. Of course, it can indeed be described as frightening to you. Gu Yu laughed as he spoke in a mocking tone. Xiao Yan involuntarily curled his mouth when he heard this. Soon after, Gu Yu continued. Towering giant ape, 5-star Do-di. These words caused the expression on Xiao Yan's face to become dull. No matter how he thought about it, he did not expect this fellow to actually be a 5-star Do-di class magical beast. 5-star Do-di. TSK, how frightening. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened as he involuntarily exclaimed in shock. 5-star Do-di. This kind of strength was sufficient to kill anyone present in this remains. It must be said that this towering giant ape was really extremely frightening. However, soon after, Gu Yu once again softly spoke in an unknown manner while Xiao Yan was feeling surprised in his heart. Huh! Xiao Yan's expression was slightly startled. He involuntarily felt a little doubtful. This towering giant ape seems to have some kind of seal placed on it by someone. Xiao Yan's expression was immediately startled when these words were uttered. However, his face quickly became stunned. A 5-star Do-di towering giant ape. This kind of strength was actually sealed by someone. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening this fellow's true strength was. Alright, don't think too much about it. You should leave. You have yet to find the soul-gathering fruit. Don't tell me that you are not going to find the soul-gathering fruit just because of a 5-star Do-di? Xiao Yan only nodded after recovering. Currently, it was more important to find the soul-gathering fruit. Xiao Yan withdrew his thoughts and continued to sit cross-legged. Both of his eyes were slowly shut. A thought passed through his mind and a vast and mighty spiritual strength immediately swept out in all directions from between his brows. With the earlier lesson, the current Xiao Yan was a lot more cautious. He tried his best to avoid the powerful magical beasts within the mountain forest while his spiritual strength searched in all directions. The vastness of this ancient forest was clearly beyond Xiao Yan's expectations. Even with the current Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, he was still unable to discover anything after searching for 15 minutes. Instead, he had nearly ended up provoking a couple of powerful magical beasts. However, even though this was the case, Xiao Yan did not feel anxious. Instead, he calmed his heart and carefully searched every inch of the mountain forest. He hoped that he would be able to find some information related to the soul-gathering fruit. As Xiao Yan's spiritual strength continued to spread, time quietly flowed by like sand between his fingers. Xiao Yan had unknowingly searched for a total of 2 hours. Xiao Yan's meticulous search finally paid off as he searched inch by inch. When Xiao Yan's face appeared pale, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength suddenly spread to a certain spot and finally found the lake that the gray-robed old man had mentioned back then. It was a ring-shaped lake. Under the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, there was indeed a small island in the middle of the lake. Found it. Chapter 656. This sudden, unexpected change in the battleground caused the expression on Xiao Yan's face under the black robe to abruptly change drastically. He did not expect that this ancient towering tree in front of him, which appeared to be quite old, was actually a living one. However, in the face of the numerous arrows that were shot at him from behind, Xiao Yan could no longer react in time. Even if he were to turn around at this moment, he would not be able to avoid being hit in a vital spot. Damn it! Xiao Yan cursed unwillingly in his heart. He could only wildly circulate the Do Qi within the vortex in his body, hoping that he would be able to use this to block the numerous jade-green arrows behind him. At this moment, under the black robe, the narwhal snake that was clinging onto Xiao Yan's arms suddenly moved. Compared to Xiao Yan as a magical beast, it was always filled with reverence toward this world. In this world, as long as it was around, it would be able to react at any time no matter how sudden the attack was. At this moment, especially when it was related to Xiao Yan's accident, the narwhal snake did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The instant the dozen arrows were shot at it, the narwhal snake under the black robe suddenly twisted its body. Although its body appeared to have shrunk by more than 1,000 times, its strength did not change at all. On the contrary, due to its shrunken body, the speed at which it attacked seemed to have become even faster. In the next instant, just as the flame Do Qi was ignited on the surface of Xiao Yan's body, a blood-colored glow suddenly shot out from under Xiao Yan's sleeve. In an instant, it shattered all the arrows that were shot at him. After doing all this, the narwhal snake's seemingly small body suddenly twisted and appeared in the air beside Xiao Yan. A pair of bright ruby-like eyes stared at the giant tree that had completely come to life in front of it. A murderous intent surged from deep within its eyes. At the same time, Xiao Yan by the side also recovered. His gaze was filled with gratitude as he looked at the small snake that was floating in the air beside him. Immediately, the instant he looked at the giant tree in front of him, the expression in his eyes also became icy cold. So it's alive. Xiao Yan's gaze sized up this enormous towering tree in front of him as he spoke in an extremely dense tone. After Xiao Yan spoke, the petite narwhal snake by the side also spat out its scarlet tongue. Its exquisite body trembled slightly. Immediately, a terrifying aura erupted from its body and instantly descended upon the world around it. The powerful aura and coercion directly bent the tall and straight body of the giant tree in front of them. Compared to the ordinary trees around them, the tree in front of them was obviously a living tree with spiritual intelligence. It was also a type of magical beast. Naturally, it would be oppressed by the aura of the narwhal snake. Damn it, you and I are both magical beasts, but you actually chose to help this human. Suddenly, a pair of dark green eyes that were filled with anger opened on the trunk of the giant tree in front of them. At the same time, a furious voice was transmitted from the so-called tree hole. Although you and I are both magical beasts, what right do you have to be compared to me? A disdainful cold snort was emitted from the mouth of the narwhal snake. Immediately, the aura and coercion that enveloped the world became even more terrifying following the narwhal snake's cold snort. At this moment, the emerald leaves on the giant tree in front of them began to fall one after another. Roar! An unwilling roar was emitted from the tree hole in front of Xiao Yan. However, under the terrifying aura and coercion of the narwhal snake, the ancient tree was once again threatened by the coercion. Currently, the narwhal snake's strength had reached the level of an advanced 1-star Do D after swallowing the monster core. On the other hand, the ancient tree in front of them only had the strength of an initial 1-star Do D. In front of the narwhal snake, the ancient tree could not even unleash 1/10 of its usual strength. Even so, the ancient tree in front of them continued to struggle unwillingly following the repeated roars. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan, who had not opened his mouth all this while, slowly lifted his eyes. A pair of icy cold eyes stared at the giant tree in front of him. The expression in his eyes did not reveal the slightest fear because of the latter's huge body. On the contrary, a cluster of brilliant flames gradually rose deep within Xiao Yan's pupils. Puff! Following a sudden puff sound, the narwhal snake and the enormous ancient tree in front of them finally noticed that Xiao Yan had unknowingly raised his right hand. His white palm appeared bright red under the afterglow of the setting sun. At this moment, a cluster of brilliant flames the size of a fist curled and rose in the air above Xiao Yan's palm. The instant this cluster of flames rose, the narwhal snake and the towering ancient tree in front of them immediately realized that the temperature between heaven and earth had instantly become scorching hot. This is a heavenly flame. Faced with the heavenly flame, the ancient tree could not help but let out a terrified voice despite its strength being at the Do D level. As a tree, it did not have much resistance against flames. Even though its strength had reached the Do D level, it did not have the slightest ability to retaliate under the pressure of the narwhal snake's aura. Once Xiao Yan by the side was added, the heavenly flame would only need to ignite a part of the ancient tree's trunk. following which the entire tree would be ignited. At that time, even if the narwhal snake did not intervene, it would still undoubtedly die. Now, do you still wish to attack me? Xiao Yan's eyes were cold. His words did not contain the slightest emotion. No, 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 sir, how would I dare to attack you? As long as you can keep it, I will listen to you. A pair of dark green eyes were filled with shock and fear. Faced with Xiao Yan's words, the ancient tree no longer dared to have the slightest resistance. It did not think that it had the ability to block the might of the heavenly flame. Hearing these words, the narwhal snake beside Xiao Yan involuntarily parted its mouth and smiled. However, this smile appeared quite horrifying. Xiao Yan also glanced over and smiled in a non-committal manner. Turning his gaze back to the enormous tree in front of him, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes once again became bone-chillingly cold. He waved the heavenly flame in his hand and flicked his finger. Over 10 flame lights landed on the ground around the enormous tree like meteors. In an instant, the weeds on the emerald green ground were immediately turned into ashes. However, under the control of Xiao Yan's mind, the frightening might that could incinerate everything did not spread. Even so, this scene still caused the ancient tree to emit a trembling low roar. We are going to spend the night here. During this period of time, if there is any noise that disturbs us, those weeds will be your vanguard. After coldly uttering these words, Xiao Yan took a step forward. There was not the slightest bit of worry in his heart as he walked into the tree hole in front of him. Behind him, the exquisite body of the narwhal snake also followed closely behind. Its scarlet eyes glanced at the enormous tree in front of it, and its mouth emitted a cold chuckle. Soon after, it also entered the tree hole in front of it, leaving behind the terrified ancient tree. Not only was it unable to sleep at night, but it also had to carefully guard Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake who had entered the tree hole. It really wanted to cry but had no tears. Chapter 657. Narwhal snake? Seeing this enormous creature in front of him, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes instantly hardened. Soon after, the expression on the face under the black robe also became stunned at this moment. Human, this is my territory. If you don't want to die, get lost. Otherwise, I will swallow you alive. Although Xiao Yan recognized the narwhal snake in front of him, the current Xiao Yan was wearing a black robe. With this black robe blocking his aura, even the narwhal snake, which had met him once before, was unable to recognize the identity of the person in front of it. A thunder-like roar was emitted from the narwhal snake's bloody mouth. Immediately, the space where Xiao Yan was standing began to tremble intensely. Wave-like spatial ripples swept out in all directions. Waves of buzzing sounds were emitted. The invisible energy was like a storm that violently attacked Xiao Yan. In response to this, Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed an astonished expression under the black robe. In less than 2 years, the strength of this big fellow in front of him had actually surprisingly reached the level of a Daoist. This was really surprising. Although the current narwhal snake's strength had already reached the level of a Daoist, Xiao Yan felt a lot more relaxed in his heart when facing it. Xiao Yan allowed the hurricane to blow away the doping on his head. His body, which was standing in the same spot, did not move even a little. His handsome face carried a shallow smile as his gaze warmly eyed the enormous being in front of him. An elite Daoist was an expert who no one dared to underestimate within the remains. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan had ended up in a relaxed and comfortable manner. Soon after, when the narwhal snake in front of him clearly saw the face of the tiny ant-like human in front of it, the pupils of the huge scarlet beast eyes of the narwhal snake suddenly shrunk. The part of its body that was exposed on the surface of the lake could not help but retreat a little. Aren't you? Hee, old friend, it has been a long time since we last met. Xiao Yan parted his mouth and laughed when he saw the huge snake in front of him revealing a seemingly frightened manner. Roar! Soon after, the huge snake in front of Xiao Yan suddenly roared at the sky. Immediately, its huge body suddenly charged out of the lake under Xiao Yan's stunned gaze. It coiled around Xiao Yan's body and surrounded him in the middle. As for the incarnation and the northern king, they were left to the side in a daze. Cough, cough. Seeing the huge snake in this manner, even with Xiao Yan's character, he could not help but reveal an embarrassed smile on his face. Could it be that this big fellow in front of him still remembered how he had toyed with it in order to practice the sky's absolute sky step and wanted to take the opportunity to take revenge? Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly sank. The development of this situation was different from what he had imagined. Soon after, however, Xiao Yan's heart was about to involuntarily act when the whale snake that was surrounding him suddenly let out a loud, woo-woo cry. From the sound of that voice, it was as though it had seen its savior. Xiao Yan, how did you enter this lousy place? A rough voice that was filled with surprise was emitted from the narwhal snake's mouth. The thunder-like sound caused the entire space to tremble intensely. After hearing these words, the expression on Xiao Yan's face swiftly calmed down. At the same time, surprise involuntarily surged into his heart. From what he remembered, he seemed to have only mentioned his name once to this fellow in front of him. The thing that caused Xiao Yan to be surprised was that the narwhal snake was actually able to call out his name without any hesitation. However, Xiao Yan immediately withdrew his thoughts. In his heart, he quietly guessed that perhaps the narwhal snake in front of him had a good memory. Soon after, he explained to the narwhal snake in front of him how he had entered the remains. After Xiao Yan's explanation, the huge snake in front of him nodded repeatedly. In the end, Xiao Yan also looked up at the narwhal snake in front of him with a curious face and asked in a puzzled tone, "What about you? How did you enter this ruin?" When the outside world saw the Scarlet Lake for the first time, the first thought in Xiao Yan's mind was that it was the blood of the huge snake in front of him. But now, it seemed that all this was not the case. I came in a few months ago. At that time, a group of humans found the ruins at the bottom of the lake, so they chased me away. When I returned there, other than a hole at the bottom of the lake, those human experts had disappeared. I was curious, so I entered the hole and then came here. But I didn't expect that not long after I came in, the ruins were completely closed. After that, I accidentally came to this ancient forest and found that the guy on the shore was on the verge of death. Hee. At this point, the huge snake laughed. Its voice was so ear-piercing that it made Xiao Yan's scalp tingle. I discovered that the monster core in this fellow's body was still considered complete. In order to not waste his strength, I could only help him keep it. At this point, Xiao Yan finally understood. No wonder the strength of the narwhal snake had actually reached the level of a 1-star Daoist from an initial 9-star half-emperor in just 2 years. Xiao Yan sighed and smiled. At the same time, the huge snake in front of him also recovered at this moment. A pair of huge scarlet eyes stared at Xiao Yan in front of him as it asked in a rough voice, "Since you said that this ruin has been completely opened, can you help me leave this place?" Although there were many natural treasures in this ancient forest, this place was ultimately a man-made space. Compared to this place, the outside world was where the strong lived. The narwhal snake was one of the higher bloodlines among the snake-type magical beasts. Deep in its bones, it could not tolerate being restricted. Only the outside world could allow it to feel freedom and strength. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression was slightly startled. Immediately, a glint flashed in his dark black eyes. He nodded to the narwhal snake in front of him and smiled. "Haha, this is naturally not a problem. To be able to travel with a Daoist is something that I wish for." Xiao Yan's words were indeed true. Currently, Sun Hanshi had yet to die. It was likely that the members of the 4 great clans already knew that Xiao Yan was in the ruins. During this trip, it was extremely likely that his identity had already been exposed. If he was able to travel with this big fellow in front of him, Xiao Yan would be able to reduce a lot of pressure on his subsequent journey. However, matters of the future could be discussed later. Everything was more important in the present. Before this, Xiao Yan still had something that he had yet to settle. Standing in front of the lake, Xiao Yan's gaze passed over the surface of the lake in front of him. Finally, it landed on the center of the lake, on the jade-like white fruit tree. That was the soul consolidating fruit tree. Chapter 658. Looking at the soul consolidating fruit tree on the island in the middle of the lake, even with Xiao Yan's temperament, He could not help but feel a surge of fiery emotions in his heart. After searching bitterly for such a long time, the soul-consolidating fruit had finally appeared in front of his eyes. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Immediately, Xiao Yan's body moved. With the narwhal snake following behind him, they had already appeared on the island in the blink of an eye. Looking at the soul-consolidating fruit that was almost within reach, Xiao Yan's emotions became even more excited. Unknowingly, his face had become a little flushed. Standing beside the soul-consolidating fruit tree, Xiao Yan's eyes carefully sized up the soul-consolidating fruit tree in front of him. A ray of astonishment flashed across the depths of his eyes. He could not help but feel astonished by the creation divine art of heaven and earth. The trunk of the fruit tree was only as thick as an adult's arm. As the branches intertwined, they extended out like vines, outlining a strange silhouette. If one were to look at it from afar, one would realize that the posture of the entire tree was like a child laughing foolishly. This is the soul-consolidating fruit tree. Looking at the soul-consolidating fruit tree in front of him, Xiao Yan could not help but click his tongue in amazement. In this slightly fluctuating tone of his, it was not difficult to hear that Xiao Yan was suppressing a sense of ecstasy in his heart. Quickly following this, Xiao Yan's eyes, which had a glow lingering over them, continued to slowly shift downwards. As his gaze descended, he saw that in the child's hands, there was a completely snow-white fruit that was as smooth as jade. It was emitting a bright milky white glow as it stood there leisurely. The smooth fruit was perfectly round and shaped like a precious pearl. There was not a speck of dust on it, and it emitted a faint exotic fragrance that made one feel relaxed and happy. Even one's spirit would be raised by several times in an instant. Soul-consolidating fruit. Finally seeing the thing that he had been thinking about the most for a long time, Xiao Yan felt a little helpless in his heart for a moment. I didn't touch this thing. I kept it for you. At this moment, behind Xiao Yan, the huge narwhal snake moved its huge head closer to observe the small tree that was as small as a grass stamen in its eyes. When it looked at the soul-consolidating fruit, there was a hint of desire in its eyes. However, in the end, the narwhal snake kept its thoughts away. Upon hearing the whale serpent's words, Xiao Yan could not help but be slightly stunned. Soon after, he also thought of this point. Indeed, if the narwhal serpent was willing, it could have swallowed this soul condensation fruit before the ruins opened. However, he did not expect that it would actually keep it until now and even say such words. You deliberately left this for me? Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the whale serpent behind him, asking in a puzzled voice. This thing is useless to me even if I swallow it. What use do I have for it? However, I know that you are an alchemist and should be able to use it. I left this thing for you, you can help me refine pills. Xiao Yan came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. From the looks of it, this enormous beast in front of him was not a fool. Since it was able to think of Xiao Yan, it naturally had its own thoughts. I didn't know if there would be any harm in plucking this fruit directly, so I didn't dare to pluck it. I didn't expect you to come here, The narwhal snake laughed foolishly. Although its laughter was terrifying, Xiao Yan had gradually gotten used to it. He gave the narwhal snake a grateful smile. Although the narwhal snake had its own plans for doing so, no matter what, the one who benefited the most from this was still Xiao Yan. Just based on this point, Xiao Yan felt that the huge snake in front of him was enough to make him feel grateful. Otherwise, if it had really swallowed this condensing soul fruit, he wouldn't have been able to wait until now. Turning his gaze, Xiao Yan looked at the condensing soul fruit tree in the middle of the small island. He couldn't help but feel thankful for the condensing soul fruit. The narwhal snake was right. The safekeeping of the condensing soul fruit wasn't that simple. If it was directly plucked using the usual method, the result would be the rapid loss of the spiritual energy within the condensing soul fruit. Unless it was swallowed and refined on the spot, it would turn into a rotten fruit and the spiritual energy within it would naturally dissipate. In order to pluck such a high-grade natural treasure, the only way was to use some similarly high-quality jade artifacts. The spiritual energy contained within the condensing soul fruit was extremely pure. It was also because of this that the condensing soul fruit couldn't be tainted at all. In order to perfectly preserve the spiritual energy within it and prevent it from dissipating, one had to use jade artifacts that didn't contain any impurities. Xiaoyan didn't know how long he had been looking forward to this day. With regards to this scene in front of him, he didn't know how many times he had imagined it in his heart. As for those high-quality jade artifacts, he was naturally prepared. Walking in front of the condensing soul fruit tree, Xiaoyan flipped his palm. Suddenly, a crystal-clear jade dagger appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. He held the dagger tightly in one hand. At the same time, a light flashed in his other hand and a jade box made of the same material appeared in his hand. With the combination of the two, it was able to ensure that the condensing soul fruit would be kept in the jade box the moment it was separated from the condensing soul fruit tree. This was the most perfect way to preserve the spiritual energy within the condensing soul fruit. Slowly squatting down in front of the condensing soul fruit tree, Xiaoyan carefully controlled the dagger with one hand to approach the stem between the condensing soul fruit tree and the condensing soul fruit tree. At the same time, his other hand held the jade box and placed it below the condensing soul fruit. After which, he used the dagger in his hand to gently cut the condensing soul fruit from the stem. Without the infusion of Do Qi, a jade dagger normally wouldn't be able to hurt anyone. However, at this moment, facing this condensing soul fruit tree, Xiaoyan didn't even use any strength and the condensing soul fruit tree completely separated from the condensing soul fruit tree. Immediately after, it fell into the jade box below. Immediately, Xiaoyan's mind moved. The jade box that he had prepared earlier hurriedly rose into the air and perfectly sealed the jade box. After ensuring that the condensing soul fruit within was not damaged at all, Xiaoyan finally exhaled softly. He hugged the jade box with both hands. The wild joy in his heart was completely displayed on his face. Xiaoyan carefully stored the jade box into his storage ring. Only after everything was prepared did he stand up. Immediately, Xiaoyan felt that an enormous rock in his heart had finally been completely removed. Deep within his heart, he was finally able to breathe. I've finally gotten it. Let's go. Since we're here, let's take a look at the depths of these remains. With a soft laugh, Xiaoyan's face was filled with joy. Even the narwhal snake beside him also let out a happy low roar. After being trapped here for so long, it could finally leave. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to move, Ling Tian's body paused slightly in the air. His mouth laughed as he slowly turned his body in front of the confused large eyes of the whale snake by the side. He looked at the dead snake on the shore. Even though a Do D-class magical beast was dead, its value was still quite high. Even other elite Do D would be moved by it. In front of Xiaoyan, how could he easily let go of such a huge gold mine? Chapter 659. After Xiaoyan and the narwhal snake had left the lake for a long time, quite a number of elite Do D finally arrived one after another. However, all they saw was an empty lake. This place and the spirit-gathering fruit had already been taken away by someone. This place was still empty. This is the spirit-gathering fruit tree. Don't tell me that the spirit-gathering fruit has appeared here. Some of the elite Do D who had arrived also recognized the small tree when they saw it. Immediately, numerous words that were filled with surprise were emitted from the mouths of the elite Do D present. Soon after, they turned into numerous helpless sighs. At the same time, Xiaoyan was also swiftly traversing through the mountain forest alone at a certain spot within the ancient forest. His body, which was wrapped in a black robe, was just like a dark black arrow that instantly passed through the empty space. A soft buzzing sound was emitted one after another from the adjacent towering ancient trees. With Xiaoyan's incomparably fast speed, it caused those sounds to sound as though they were one. At this moment, the narwhal snake had transformed its body in order to not attract the attention of the various experts within the forest. It had become a mini snake that was only a couple of inches long. It clung to Xiaoyan's arm under the black robe. Under the cover of the black robe, no one could discover the powerful magical beast that was hidden under the black robe. The vastness of the ancient forest caused Xiaoyan to be destined to stay in this place for a couple of days. However, this was also good. In this way, Xiao Yan would be able to recover his strength as much as possible before he reached the deeper regions of the remains. This would also allow Xiao Yan to have more confidence in competing with the people from the 4 great clans in this remains. During the journey, Xiao Yan had naturally seen quite a number of elite Daoist who were resting. These people were different from those elite Daoist. As Daoist, most of them traveled alone. Their powerful strength was sufficient to allow them to face various dangers alone. Of course, this was only a partial explanation. Perhaps it was because of their great strength that they became even more afraid of death, causing them to no longer trust anyone. Blindly being cautious had caused them to lose something more important than strength. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes under the black robe was indifferent in the face of these various gazes that were filled with caution. He was already used to such people. Naturally, he would not feel anything. On the other hand, the narwhal snake that was currently climbing on Xiao Yan's arm carefully glanced at the gazes of those people in the outside world. Even though it was a magical beast, its heart could not help but feel a chill. These humans, aren't they a little too scary? Their eyes even scare us magical beasts. You humans say that magical beasts are scary, but in my opinion, you humans are the scariest. A soft voice was transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears. From these words, Xiao Yan did not hear any intention of joking. It was completely cold ridicule and ridicule. Xiao Yan's flying body suddenly became sluggish when he heard this. This small change immediately attracted the gazes of those strong people. A mysterious black-robed person whose strength they could not see through. This person did not allow them to be careless in their hearts. Of course, while these people were on guard against Xiao Yan, this mysterious person, everyone was naturally on their guard against each other. Currently, all of them were competitors within these remains. As the saying goes, there are too many monks and too little gruel. There were only a few treasures that could catch the eye of a Daoist. Other than the 4 great clans, the amount of profit that the Daoist present could get was even more pitiful. Hence, these people would often treat others as prey. It was also because of this that almost everyone had such thoughts in their hearts. Naturally, they would be even more careful and cautious with each other. Of course, this kind of atmosphere was destined to not be maintained for long. This was because as long as an opportunity appeared, a treasure that could move all the Daoist's heart appeared in front of these people, this group of people would immediately turn into a pack of hungry wolves. They would crazily bite and snatch without caring about anything else. Humph humph. Xiao Yan's nose involuntarily emitted a cold laugh as he glanced at the many elite Daoist present. That's right, it was just like what the narwhal snake had said. Sometimes, once a human became terrifying, even the magical beast race, which was synonymous with ferocity, would have to temporarily hide. At the very least, from the looks of it at this moment, the narwhal snake that resided on Xiao Yan's arm was still worthy of Xiao Yan's trust. It was not like this group of people in front of him. Once he revealed a wound to them, not only would he not receive the care that a human should receive, but he would instead cause them to reveal rows of bloodthirsty shark-like teeth. Xiao Yan's gaze indifferently swept over the many elite Daoist who were currently seated cross-legged in the forest. The eyes under the black robe flickered slightly. Immediately, his body moved and flew toward the deep regions of the mountain forest. When Xiao Yan's figure completely disappeared from their sight, those elite Daoist who were seated cross-legged in the forest withdrew their pair of cautious eyes. Immediately, they swept over the other people around them. The cautious expression in their eyes did not decrease but instead increased. A moment later, Xiao Yan raised his head and watched the sky that was gradually becoming dark in the mountain forest. The special envoy could not help but frown slightly. No wonder those elite Daoist would gather in one place. The ancient forest at night was likely the most dangerous time. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan took in a deep breath. His gaze randomly swept across the mountain forest. After a few breaths, the gaze under the black robe locked onto a remote tree hole. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Immediately, his body moved. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared in front of the tree hole. Most of the ancient trees in the ancient forest had a cross-section that was a few feet long. At this moment, the ancient tree in front of Xiao Yan was even larger. Therefore, standing in front of this tree hole, Xiao Yan seemed to be standing in front of a natural villa. Just by looking at it from the outside, the size of this tree hole was enough for more than 100 people to stand there at the same time. Furthermore, there was only Xiao Yan at this moment. I did not expect that I would actually encounter such a natural place in this deep mountain forest. Xiao Yan smiled. Without thinking much, he took a step forward and was about to step into this tree hole. However, at this moment, in front of Xiao Yan, this huge tree that could support the sky actually began to move. In an instant, this ancient tree appeared to have come alive. The numerous vines on the ground immediately stood up like numerous large snakes. Green dou qi instantly spat out from the vines, transforming into numerous dark green arrows that shot explosively toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, under the black robe, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly changed drastically at this moment. Chapter 660. This sudden, unexpected change in the battleground caused the expression on Xiao Yan's face under the black robe to abruptly change drastically. He did not expect that this ancient towering tree in front of him, which appeared to be quite old, was actually a living one. However, in the face of the numerous arrows that were shot at him from behind, Xiao Yan could no longer react in time. Even if he were to turn around at this moment, he would not be able to avoid being hit in a vital spot. Damn it! Xiao Yan cursed unwillingly in his heart. He could only wildly circulate the dou qi within the vortex in his body, hoping that he would be able to use this to block the numerous jade-green arrows behind him. At this moment, under the black robe, the narwhal snake that was clinging onto Xiao Yan's arms suddenly moved. Compared to Xiao Yan as a magical beast, it was always filled with reverence towards this world. In this world, as long as it was around, it would be able to react at any time no matter how sudden the attack was. At this moment, especially when it was related to Xiao Yan's accident, the narwhal snake did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The instant the dozen arrows were shot at it, the narwhal snake under the black robe suddenly twisted its body. Although its body appeared to have shrunk by more than 1,000 times, its strength did not change at all. On the contrary, due to its shrunken body, the speed at which it attacked seemed to have become even faster. In the next instant, just as the flame dou qi was ignited on the surface of Xiao Yan's body, a blood-colored glow suddenly shot out from under Xiao Yan's sleeves. In an instant, it shattered all the arrows that were shot at him. After doing all this, the narwhal snake's seemingly small body suddenly twisted and appeared in the air beside Xiao Yan. A pair of bright ruby-like eyes stared at the giant tree that had completely come to life in front of it. A murderous intent surged from deep within its eyes. At the same time, Xiao Yan by the side also recovered. His gaze was filled with gratitude as he looked at the small snake that was floating in the air beside him. Immediately, when he turned to look at the giant tree in front of him, the expression in his eyes also became icy cold. So it's alive. Xiao Yan's gaze sized up this enormous towering tree in front of him as he spoke in an extremely dense tone. The moment Xiao Yan's words were uttered, the small narwhal snake by the side also extended its scarlet snake tongue. Its exquisite body trembled slightly. Immediately, a frightening aura erupted from its body and instantly descended upon the area around it. The powerful aura and coercion directly bent the tall and straight body of the giant tree in front of them. Compared to the ordinary trees around them, the tree in front of them was obviously a living tree with spiritual intelligence. It was also a type of magical beast. Naturally, it would be oppressed by the aura of the narwhal snake. Damn it, you and I are both magical beasts, but you actually chose to help this human. Suddenly, a pair of dark green eyes that were filled with anger opened on the trunk of the giant tree in front of them. At the same time, a furious voice was transmitted from the so-called tree hole. Although you and I are both magical beasts, what right do you have to be compared to me? A disdainful snort was emitted from the mouth of the narwhal snake. Immediately, the aura and coercion that enveloped the world became even more terrifying following the snort of the narwhal snake. At this moment, the emerald green leaves on the giant tree in front of them began to fall one after another. Roar! An unwilling roar was emitted from the tree hole in front of Xiao Yan. However, under the terrifying aura and coercion of the narwhal snake, this ancient tree was once again threatened by the coercion. Currently, the strength of the narwhal snake had reached the level of an advanced 1-star Do-D after swallowing the monster core. On the other hand, the ancient tree in front of them only had the strength of an initial 1-star Do-D. In front of the narwhal snake, this ancient tree could not even unleash 1/10 of its usual strength. Even so, the ancient tree in front of them continued to struggle unwillingly following the repeated roars. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan, who had not opened his mouth all this while, slowly lifted his eyes. A pair of icy cold eyes stared at the giant tree in front of him. The expression in his eyes did not reveal the slightest fear because of the latter's huge body. On the contrary, a cluster of brilliant flames gradually rose deep within Xiao Yan's eyes. Puff! Following a sudden puff sound, the narwhal snake and the enormous ancient tree in front of them finally noticed that Xiao Yan had unknowingly raised his right hand. His white palm appeared bright red under the afterglow of the setting sun. At this moment, above Xiao Yan's palm, a cluster of brilliant flames the size of a fist rose in spirals. The instant this cluster of flames rose, the narwhal snake and the towering ancient tree in front of them immediately realized that the temperature between heaven and earth had instantly become scorching hot. This is a heavenly flame. Faced with the heavenly flame, this ancient tree could not help but emit a terrified voice from within the tree hole even though its strength had reached the level of a Do-D. As a tree, it did not have much resistance against flames. Even though its strength had reached the level of a Do-D, it did not have the slightest ability to retaliate under the pressure of the narwhal snake's aura. Once Xiao Yan by the side was added and the heavenly flame was unleashed, as long as a part of the ancient tree's trunk was ignited, it would immediately ignite the entire tree. At that time, even if the narwhal snake did not attack, it would still undoubtedly die. Now, do you still wish to attack me? Xiao Yan's gaze was cold. His words did not contain the slightest emotion. No, no, sir, how would I dare to attack you? As long as you can keep it, I will listen to you. A pair of dark green eyes were filled with shock and fear. Faced with Xiao Yan's words, this ancient tree no longer dared to have the slightest resistance. It did not think that it had the ability to block the might of the heavenly flame. Hearing these words, the narwhal snake beside Xiao Yan also involuntarily parted its mouth and smiled. However, this smile appeared quite horrifying. Xiao Yan also glanced over and smiled in a non-committal manner. Turning his gaze back to the huge tree in front of him, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes once again became bone-chillingly cold. He waved the heavenly flame in his hand and flicked his finger. Over 10 flames landed on the ground around the huge tree like meteors. In an instant, the weeds on the emerald green ground were immediately turned into ashes. However, under the control of Xiao Yan's mind, the frightening might that could incinerate everything did not spread. Even so, this scene still caused the ancient tree to emit a trembling low roar. We are going to spend the night here. During this period of time, if there is any noise that disturbs us, those weeds will be your vanguard. After coldly uttering these words, Xiao Yan took a step forward. There was not the slightest bit of worry in his heart as he walked into the tree hole in front of him. Behind him, the exquisite body of the narwhal snake also followed closely behind. Its scarlet eyes glanced at the huge tree in front of it and its mouth emitted a cold chuckle. Soon after, it also entered the tree hole in front of it, leaving behind the terrified ancient tree. Not only was it unable to sleep at night, but it also had to carefully guard Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake who had entered the tree hole. It really wanted to cry but had no tears. Chapter 661. The next day. In the ancient forest with luxuriant foliage, towering ancient trees stood tall. Between the dense foliage, beams of sunlight passed through the cracks and shone on the ground of the forest, forming round spots of light, just like the bright stars in the night sky. At this moment, Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged within a spacious tree hole under a particularly tall and towering ancient tree. Following the slow circulation of the flame art chi method in his body, the threads of TNT energy in the world seemed to be attracted by something as they gathered toward Xiao Yan's body within the tree hole. The mixed natural energy lingered around Xiao Yan's body before it passed through the black robe that Xiao Yan was wearing and gradually poured into his body through the pores all over his body. After which, it quietly flowed along the route of the flame art chi method. After one cycle of refinement, it was refined a second time by the heavenly flame, until it agglomerated and transformed into a drop of pure do chi water droplet that merged into the space within the vortex. This repeated refinement continued for a long time. Only when the sky was already bright did Xiao Yan withdraw from his training state. A pair of eyes that had been tightly shut for an entire night also slowly opened at this moment. The instant he opened them, an extremely obscure glow flashed across the depths of his eyes. After opening his eyes, Xiao Yan gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest for an entire night. Immediately, his gaze gently glanced at his surroundings and a smile involuntarily flashed across the corner of his mouth. He shook his head gently and stood up from the ground. Moving his feet, he walked out of the tree hole. After walking out of the tree hole, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. Those brilliant flames that were still floating in midair immediately turned into a couple of rays of light that entered Xiao Yan's body in the blink of an eye. With the protection of this ancient tree, Xiao Yan was indeed not disturbed by any sound for the entire night. In this regard, Xiao Yan could not help but quietly laugh in his heart. It seemed that this fellow had really put in all his effort in order to survive. As Xiao Yan quietly laughed in his heart, the miniature panic-stricken body of the narwhal snake slowly appeared in the empty space beside him. "Hee, you are really diligent. Since this is the case, we will not take your life." The narwhal snake laughed as it eyed the ancient tree in front of it. At this moment, it had already guessed most of what Xiao Yan was thinking. Walala! Once these words were spoken, the ancient tree, which had been quiet for an entire night, suddenly shook intensely. A pair of jade-green beast eyes also involuntarily revealed a resentful expression. Soon after, however, it turned its gaze toward the current Xiao Yan. Although the narwhal snake had already spoken, after experiencing this matter, it understood in its heart that between the human and beast in front of it, this human wearing a black robe was clearly the leader. The right to make the final decision in any matter was still in the hands of this human. This also included its life and death. With this thought in mind, the ancient tree's heart, which had just calmed down, immediately became anxious again. When Xiao Yan in front of it saw this scene, he also sensed something in his heart. He smiled faintly and immediately turned around. At the same time, he gently lifted his hand and spoke to the narwhal snake. "All right, I have rested for a night. It is time to leave. Also, thank you for your hospitality." At the end of his words, when Xiao Yan said the word, hospitality, his tone was slightly heavier. This also caused the ancient tree, which had just calmed down, to suddenly become tense again. It resentfully let out 2 low roars. Immediately, the figures of Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake slowly disappeared from its sight under the latter's respectful gaze. After resting for a night, Xiao Yan's aura had clearly recovered quite a lot. During the next few days, Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake continued to travel in this manner during the day and rest at night as they continued to travel deeper into the remains. Along the way, Xiao Yan also discovered quite a number of traces left behind by elite Do Di when they passed by. However, judging from the length of time that the traces were left behind, Xiao Yan's and the narwhal snake's traveling speed was not much different. After 4 consecutive days, the injuries within Xiao Yan's body had completely recovered under the slow training. Even his strength, which had just broken through to the middle level of a 6-star Do Di, had completely stabilized. Other than this, the Northern King's strength within the storage ring had also completely recovered. In other words, the current Xiao Yan already had 2 elite Do Di by his side. Adding Xiao Yan, whose strength far exceeded his own level, it was likely that only the people from the 4 great clans could swallow their group in this entire remains. Finally, after 4 consecutive days of traveling, Xiao Yan led the narwhal snake and finally walked out of this incomparably vast ancient forest at noon on the 5th day. As the black-robed Xiao Yan's body was completely bathed in the sunlight, the field of vision in front of Xiao Yan had completely widened. His body once again flew forward for a distance. Soon after, an enormous ancient hall finally appeared within Xiao Yan's sight. From the looks of it, this should be the main hall. His mouth softly muttered. At the same time, Xiao Yan's gaze also landed on the large hall in front of him. This large hall was entirely golden in color. The glazed golden light covered the entire ancient hall, causing the entire hall to appear extremely grand and majestic. It was also paved with golden stone slabs to form a wide road. It seemed to be welcoming the arrival of guests. Xiao Yan's body moved and his feet landed. His vigorous body had already landed on this golden road. The moment Xiao Yan's body landed, suddenly, an ancient aura filled with vicissitudes emanated from the golden stone slabs under Xiao Yan's feet. In an invisible manner, there was an extremely powerful pressure that descended on Xiao Yan's head. Although the pressure only lasted for a short moment, the expression on Xiao Yan's face under the black robe couldn't help but instantly become aghast. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel reverence for the owner of this ruin. Just how powerful was this person to be able to leave behind such a terrifying pressure in the ruin after so many years after his death? Immediately, Xiao Yan, who had regained his senses, no longer dragged his feet. His body moved and he leaped towards the magnificent hall in front of him. After a short while, Xiao Yan's figure finally arrived in front of the hall. At this very moment, there were already many people gathered outside the hall. Although Xiao Yan wasn't considered late, he definitely wasn't early either. Chapter 662. The interior of this large hall was extremely spacious. A person standing within it was just like an ant. At this moment, there were already quite a number of human figures standing in a disorderly manner within the large hall. These people were all elite Daoist. They were all people who were renowned in the outside world. However, within this remains, the strength of a Daoist was so common that it was as common as a passerby. There were at least dozens of elite Daoist present, if not over 100. However, at this moment, all of them were carefully looking at each other. Indifference was written all over their faces. It was as though they were placing others at a distance of 1,000 miles. Xiao Yan was non-committal with regards to this point. He had seen such an expression many times during these few days. Following Xiao Yan's entrance, the gazes of everyone within the large hall involuntarily turned over. The caution in their eyes did not decrease. On the contrary, an enmity surged within them. At this moment, every additional person present basically meant that the chances of them obtaining the treasure would be reduced. Hence, they naturally did not wish to see anyone else. Coincidentally, following Xiao Yan's entrance, quite a number of elite Daoist entered the large hall one after another. During this period of time, the thing that caused Xiao Yan to reveal surprise in his eyes was that he actually saw the 3 black-robed brothers who had fought a big battle a couple of days ago. Xiao Yan was surprised in his heart. It was unexpected that they were actually still able to arrive at this place despite being injured to such an extent. However, after thinking about it, Xiao Yan understood in his heart. After all, there were 6 tier 3 medicinal pills. After refining all of them, it was naturally sufficient for them to arrive at this place. Naturally, only Xiao Yan recognized the other party when both parties met. After all, under the cover of the black robe, forget about these 3 1-star Daoist. Even a 3-star Daoist like Bai Ying would be unable to discover Xiao Yan's true identity. After which, Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, slowly walked toward the deepest part of the large hall among the scattered people. From the impatient expressions that were revealed on everyone's faces, it seemed that they were waiting for something. This was something that Xiao Yan was curious about in his heart at this moment. A couple of minutes later, Xiao Yan's figure arrived at the deepest part of the large hall. At this place, Xiao Yan saw the members of the 4 great clans from a distance. At a glance, he saw that the members of the Hua clan were surprisingly standing on the empty ground on the right side of the square. The leader of the Hua clan was naturally Hua Ba. The black-robed Hua Tianyi was seated by the side with his eyes closed. Behind the 2 of them was a group of members of the Hua clan. Moreover, from their relaxed manner, it seemed that not a single member of the Hua clan was missing during this trip. Xiao Yan saw the members of the Bai clan on the left side of the large hall. His eyes followed and looked over. The leader, Bai Ying, seemed to have sensed something when Xiao Yan's gaze shot over. Their gazes had just made contact when Xiao Yan's gaze was shot over before they quickly turned away. Under the black robe, Xiao Yan's dark black eyes narrowed slightly. Light flowed deep within them. Humph humph. Although Bai Ying's expression didn't change at all, he chuckled in his heart as if he had expected this. Immediately after, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. He did not see the young master of the Bai clan, Bai Zhan, in the Bai clan. Could it be that he really did not enter the ruins? With this trace of doubt in his heart, Xiao Yan's gaze once again turned. Immediately after, Xiao Yan's gaze landed on the members of the Sun clan. However, compared to the previous two clans, the atmosphere in the area where the members of the Sun clan were at was exceptionally solemn and oppressive. It was so oppressive that one would find it difficult to breathe upon seeing it. Oh! Seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but feel puzzled. His gaze continued to shift, only to be surprised to discover that he did not see Sun Hanxi's figure in this group. Xiao Yan felt extremely surprised in his heart when he sensed this. During the battle back then, the Northern King might have seriously injured Sun Hanxi, but Sun Hanxi had clearly escaped alive in the end. However, looking at the appearance of the members of the Sun clan, it seemed that something had happened to Sun Hanxi. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a surprise in his heart. Although he did not have a good impression of the members of the four great clans, Sun Hanxi was after all an elite Daoist. As long as he did not die, even if he ended up seriously injured, an ordinary bandit would not have the ability to kill him. Even if he was an elite Daoist, given his status, an ordinary person would not dare to kill him. After all, the Sun clan was one of the four great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect. Its strength was not something to be looked at. Daring to kill the young master of the Sun clan was equivalent to pushing oneself onto the path of death. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to do such a thing. Since this was the case, why did Sun Hanxi die? Soon after, Xiao Yan's gaze noticed an empty space on the other side. The doubt in his heart was greatly reduced. It seemed that the true murderer of Sun Hanxi had been found. Could it be the Zhuo clan? Xiao Yan could not help but let out a doubtful voice in his heart. After all, from the looks of the current situation, the Sun clan clearly did not suspect the Hua clan or the Bai clan for the result of this matter. From the looks of it, even Sun Shua's heart had also pushed the final result onto the Zhuo clan. After all, if one were to look at the order of entering the remains, the Zhuo clan was indeed the last to enter the remains. Moreover, from the positions of the three clans, it seemed that the Bai clan had arrived earlier than the Sun clan. Just from this, one could almost be certain that Sun Hanxi had definitely died in the hands of the Zhuo clan. However, in this way, Xiao Yan felt a wave of relief in his heart. Back then, he had let Sun Hanxi escape. His heart was filled with regret. However, since the Zhuo clan had taken care of his funeral, Xiao Yan naturally did not have any worries in his heart. On the contrary, he might even be able to see this group of people kill each other. To Xiao Yan, this could be considered a good show. Cuckoo, I really like to be a fisherman. Smiling in his heart, Xiao Yan slowly extended his right hand and gently pulled the doping on his head. Immediately, his body twisted and he slowly walked toward an empty space beside the large hall where there were few people. At this moment, another powerful aura slowly stepped in from outside the large hall. Before they even got close, Xiao Yan could already feel the terrifying aura from this group of people. Compared to the three clans in front of him, this group of people was undoubtedly much more powerful. The people who had just arrived were the Zhuo clan's group. It was also at this moment that Sun Shua, who had been sitting cross-legged without moving in the depths of the hall, suddenly opened his scarlet-red eyes that were filled with rage and overflowing with killing intent, and he instantly stared at the group of people that were walking slowly towards him. Chapter 663. Zhuo Lin. A hoarse low roar was furiously emitted from Sun Shua's mouth. At this moment, everyone present could clearly sense that the space within the large hall was actually trembling slightly. The crazy killing intent was just like an invisible giant beast that stood within the large hall. Immediately, the large hall was filled with a dense smell of gunpowder. A deep solemnness swiftly surged onto the faces of everyone present. Soon after, everyone within the large hall leaped and withdrew to the sides. At the same time, the expressions of the Zhou clan members, who had just entered the large hall, swiftly changed. They could clearly sense that the killing intent was directed at them. At the front of the Zhou clan, the leader, Zhou Bentang, and Zhou Lin by the side involuntarily frowned. The two of them exchanged glances. Soon after, their eyes were filled with suspicion as they looked at Sun Shuo. Zhou Lin frowned tightly. This crazy killing intent that had suddenly appeared in front of him was something that even he had difficulty understanding. Logically speaking, the clan present with the worst relationship with the Sun clan should be the Bai clan. Why would this lunatic in front of him suddenly target his Zhou clan? Sun Shuo, what are you planning to do? Zhou Bentang, who was beside Zhou Lin, also frowned tightly. The suspicion in his heart was not any less than Zhou Lin's. What am I planning to do? Don't tell me that all of you still do not understand what I am planning to do. Zhou Bentang's cry caused the fury in Sun Shuo's heart to instantly erupt. He waved his large hand and viscous dou qi immediately surged out of his body. Soon after, Sun Shuo's feet violently stomped on the ground. The golden glass floor instantly burst apart and Sun Shuo's body shot forward like a cannonball. In the next moment, he had already appeared above Zhou Lin's head. Both of his hands were tightly clenched into fists. Viscous dou qi covered them as a fist violently smashed furiously toward Zhou Lin's head. From the looks of it, he was intending to take Zhou Lin's life with a single punch. Sun Shuo, are you crazy? Sun Shuo's sudden attack caused Zhou Bentang's heart to be greatly startled. At this moment, he did not dare to hesitate even a little. His shriveled body swiftly moved to the side. At the same time, he twisted his right wrist and violently swung it toward the incoming Sun Shuo. Boom! Everyone from the Zhou clan staggered back after the attack landed. Frightening dou qi ripples raged within the large hall. Sun Shuo stood in the middle of the storm. Soon after, he once again crazily attacked the members of the Zhou clan. Whoosh! The appearance of this scene caused an uproar to immediately ring out in the square at this moment. He had single-handedly repelled so many people from the Zhou clan with a single blow. Even the spectators could not help but feel aghast when they saw such a terrifying scene. Bastard! Sun Shuo, have you really gone mad? How dare you attack my Zhou family here? The expression on Zhou Bentang's old face suddenly became ice-cold when he saw that Sun Shuo was actually going all out to furiously attack his group. At the same time, his heart also felt incomparably solemn. Although Sun Shuo was also a 3-star dou di, the gap between the two of them had already become clear after the collision earlier. Being the head of a clan, Sun Shuo's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Even if it was a normal situation, Xiao Yan might not be a match for him. Moreover, Sun Shuo was currently in a furious state. The strength that he could unleash under this kind of condition was many times greater than usual. If Sun Shuo was allowed to continue in this manner, it was likely that Xiao Yan's group would suffer greatly. However, Sun Shuo was currently unable to listen to anything. Regardless of what Zhou Bentang said, this fellow would only turn a deaf ear. He would turn all of Zhou Bentang's words into a furious eruption. At this moment, it was likely that Zhou Bentang must first find the reason for this battle that he did not know the reason for. You should stop him first. I will think of a way to make this fellow stop. Remember, try not to use your true strength. Now is still not the time. At such a critical moment, Zhou Lin, being the heir of the Zhou clan, was the most sensible one. He immediately thought of a countermeasure. Zhou Bentang immediately nodded heavily when Zhou Lin's words were uttered. He immediately turned his gaze and looked at Sun Shuo, who had once again shot over. His feet violently stomped on the ground and his skinny body shot out like an arrow that had left the bow. In an instant, he tore through the empty space and violently collided with Sun Shuo, who was shooting over. Immediately, dou qi shot out in the air within the large hall. A frightening remnant force continued to sweep over, causing the entire large hall to tremble slightly. At the same time, Zhou Lin also turned his gaze. His toes repeatedly pressed on the ground a couple of times. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the group of people from the Sun clan. Zhou Lin, who had suddenly appeared, had clearly caused this group of younger generation members of the Sun clan to feel extremely terrified in their hearts. However, Zhuo Lin clearly did not have any intention of killing them. Instead, a thought passed through his heart and a majestic aura spread out, pressing on the heads of this group of people from the Sun clan. After giving this group of people sufficient pressure, Zhuo Lin's tone was indifferent as he slowly asked, "Tell me, what exactly happened? Why did Sun Shua attack my Zhuo clan?" The group of Sun clan members involuntarily sighed in relief when these words were uttered. They involuntarily rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately, Zhuo Lin in front of them did not have any intention of killing them. "You have killed our first young master. Don't tell me that you need us to explain something that you have done?" Even though this was the case, this group of people did not lack some people with backbone. Immediately, a cold snort was emitted and Zhuo Lin immediately understood in his heart. No wonder. No wonder he had felt that something was amiss since earlier. There seemed to be something missing from the Sun clan. If this person had not mentioned it, it was likely that he would have forgotten. Sun Hanshi, the first young master of the Sun clan, had just broken through a couple of months ago and successfully advanced to the elite Do D class. Such a person might have some impression in the hearts of the other people present, but Zhuo Lin's heart was completely uninterested. If this group of people in front of him had not mentioned it, he would not have even thought of this point. "Oh, Sun Hanshi huh? If he is dead, so be it. What does it have to do with my Zhuo clan?" Zhuo Lin softly muttered in his mouth. Soon after, Zhuo Lin involuntarily frowned. Indeed, even if Sun Hanshi was dead, what right did Sun Shua have to immediately point the spearhead at his Zhuo clan? With his Zhuo clan's position, there was no need for him to kill someone whose strength had just broken through to the Do D class. Zhuo Lin's delicate and handsome face involuntarily frowned when he thought of this. A pair of sharp sword-like eyes slowly swept over the place. Finally, for some unknown reason, they actually paused on Bai Ying. Could it be him? Chapter 664. Zhuo Lin's sharp sword-like eyes slowly narrowed. The deep region of his eyes was filled with doubt. At this moment, it was likely that the only one present who had a grudge with the Sun clan was the Bai clan. If all of this was a scheme by the Bai clan to shift all of the Sun clan's attention to his Zhuo clan, causing the two clans to fight in full swing, it was likely that two portions of the treasures deep within the remains would be divided. If that is really the case, Bai clan, you are really scheming. Zhuo Lin's voice was a little hoarse and cold as he slowly spoke. At the same time, the pressure that descended on the heads of the Sun clan members in front of him had also become even more frightening at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the faces of the Sun clan members swiftly turned pale. It was a long while later before the cold-faced Zhuo Lin finally withdrew his gaze. He turned his body and looked at Zhuo Bentang and Sun Shua, who were in an intense collision. At the same time, Bai Ying, who was the leader of the Bai clan, carefully looked at Zhuo Lin. He frowned slightly and could not help but feel a wave of fear for this person's mind. This fellow is really a frightening person. He is actually able to link it to my Bai clan so quickly. However, Bai Ying softly muttered in his heart. He paused at the end. Immediately, a cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. That's all there is to it. Sun Shua, I, Zhuo Lin, can clearly tell you that the person who killed your son is not my Zhuo clan. It is someone else. Zhuo Lin let out a loud cry. His pure white body suddenly shook. Immediately, a powerful aura swept out, transforming into an energy storm that violently charged towards Sun Shua, who was currently engaged in an intense collision with Zhuo Bentang. At the same time, Zhuo Bentang's body in the air also suddenly shook. The aura that belonged to a 3-star Do D immediately erupted from his body. It merged with Zhuo Lin's aura and forcefully forced Sun Shua back. After which, Zhuo Bentang appeared somewhat weak as he repeatedly panted in midair. Although the two of them had only fought for a short time, Sun Shua's original strength was stronger than Zhuo Bentang's. Adding his current condition, it was normal for Zhuo Bentang to be unable to defeat him. Zhuo Lin's body flashed when Sun Shua was forced back. Soon after, he had already appeared in front of Zhuo Bentang. Facing Sun Shua, the usual calmness on his face had already disappeared. What replaced it was a sharp cold glint that was as sharp as the edge of a sword. Even though Sun Shua's strength was quite strong, as long as Zhuo Lin was on the Zhuo clan's side, Sun Shua would definitely not be able to rely on his own strength to deal with two elite Dou-Di regardless of how strong he was. At the same time, Sun Shua, who had been forced back by Zhuo Lin and Zhuo Bentang, quickly regained his senses under the pressure of this aura. Just as the two of them had guessed, it was impossible for Sun Shua to fight against the two of them by himself. Therefore, no matter how furious and crazy he was, he had to do his best to calm himself down. You say that my son was not killed by you. Who else could it be? It was a long while later before Sun Shua slowly lowered his tightly clenched fist. The turbulent Dou Qi on the surface of his body was also withdrawn into his body at this moment. Even though this was the case, the viciousness that filled his words did not reduce even a little. Zhuo Lin's heart on the other side relaxed when he heard Sun Shua's words, which were dark to the extreme. As long as this fellow in front of him was willing to stop, he was confident that he could convince Sun Shua. It is naturally the Bai clan. Zhuo Lin took half a step forward in the air. His body stood steadily in the air as he spoke with a cold expression. The expression on Sun Shua's face was initially startled when he heard this. Soon after, the expression on his face immediately became even more furious. Good Zhuo Lin. You actually still want to deny it at such a time. The people from the Bai clan had clearly entered the ancient forest earlier than my Sun clan. You may have seen Bai Ying, but have you seen his son, Bai Zhan? The furious words from Sun Shua's mouth had yet to fade when Zhuo Lin's expression turned cold as he immediately cried out. When these words were uttered, not only Sun Shua, but even Bai Ying from the Bai clan, Xiao Yan in the crowd, and a black-robed person who was standing in an unknown part of the crowd had a change in expression. Bai Ying was surprised in his heart. He did not expect that Zhuo Lin would not suspect him first. Instead, he would directly target Bai Zhan. It seemed that even after the previous incident, Zhuo Lin still held a grudge against Bai Zhan's strength. The expression on Xiao Yan's face under the black robe in the crowd involuntarily changed. Logically speaking, Zhuo Lin should not be aware of Bai Zhan's true strength. However, from what he had said, it seemed that he had already guessed Bai Zhan's strength. The fact that he was able to directly target Bai Zhan meant that he was not shooting without thinking. On the other side, there was a mysterious person who was similarly wearing a black robe. His face could not be seen clearly. At this moment, a solemn expression involuntarily surged onto his face under the black robe. However, soon after, the corners of his mouth under the black robe lifted into a cold smile. Zhuo Lin, how can I not know that you are suspicious of me? However, do you really think that I will not be on guard against you? Humph. Under the black robe, after a low whisper sounded out, the black-robed person once again calmed down. From the way the black-robed person addressed him, this person was the young master of the Bai clan, Bai Zhan. At this moment, the expression on Sun Shua's face completely froze the instant Zhuo Lin's words sounded out. However, soon after, the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. Zhuo Lin, Bai Zhan's strength is merely a half-step emperor. Forget about the fact that he is currently seriously injured and unable to enter the remains. Even if he did enter, how could he be a match for Han Shi? Sun Shua's face was filled with malevolence. The more Zhuo Lin spoke in this manner, the more he believed that Zhuo Lin was forcefully arguing. Humph, do you really think that Bai Zhan only has the strength of a 9-star half-step emperor? Have you ever seen a person with outstanding cultivation talent who could stay in the same level for over 10 years? Bai Zhan had already stepped into the 9-star half-step emperor realm 10 years ago. Do you think that with his cultivation talent, 10 years would not be enough for him to reach the Dou-Di level? Even that trash of a son of yours had only stepped into the 9-star half-step emperor realm a couple of years ago. Do you think that Bai Zhan's cultivation talent would be inferior to his? After being mercilessly mocked by Zhuo Lin, Sun Shua's expression involuntarily turned ashen. Especially when Zhuo Lin mentioned Sun Hanshi, he was unable to vent the anger in his heart. Humph. That day, Bai Zhan said to that trash of a son of yours that he would definitely return the grudge from that day. What's wrong? Now that it has come true as his father, You do not dare to believe it and do not dare to admit it. Humph humph, this is truly laughable to the extreme. His own son was being called trash by someone else. Even though Sun Shua's heart was currently filled with anger, after hearing Zhuo Lin's words, he could not help but suspect Bai Zhan in his heart. Chapter 665. Bai Zhan. Bai clan. Bai, I want your Bai clan. I want your entire Bai clan to pay for my son's life. It was a long while later before Sun Shua suddenly turned his gaze around. The dou qi in his body also surged out with a puff sound at this moment. He waved his large hand and the crimson-yellow dou qi immediately agglomerated into a large knife. His body moved and he rushed in the direction of the Bai clan. However, at this moment, just as the corners of Zhuo Lin and Zhuo Bentang's mouths were slowly lifted into a smile, a loud cry was suddenly emitted from behind Sun Shua in the hall. Chief Sun! Chief Sun! Your clan's heir, something has happened to the heir. As the voice sounded, Sun Shua, who was in a fit of anger, suddenly turned around. At the same time, the large knife in his hand violently slashed down. Immediately, a crimson-yellow knife glow suddenly shot out and violently slashed past the two people who were running in the hall. Although the two of them were lucky not to be injured, the corpse they were carrying in their hands was forcefully knocked to the ground by the force contained in the knife glow. Soon after, Sun Shua was about to attack with a heart filled with killing intent. However, in the next moment, the expression on his face suddenly froze. This was because when he clearly saw the clothes and the rough outline of the body of the corpse lying on the ground, Sun Shua immediately recognized that this corpse was his eldest son who had just died a few days ago, Sun Hanshi. Hanshi! The pain in his heart could no longer be suppressed at this moment. Sun Shua crushed the weapon in his hand. In the next instant, he had already appeared beside the already dead Sun Hanshi. His hands reached behind his neck and hugged Sun Hanshi's body. Hanshi, father guarantees that the person who killed you will be torn into 10,000 pieces and used his blood as an offering to you. Sun Shua's arms tightly hugged Sun Hanshi, who had already died a few days ago. His voice was low and trembling. The crazy killing intent within his words could not be contained. Sun Che's death had already caused Sun Shua's heart to be extremely sorrowful. This also caused him to pour all of his thoughts onto Sun Hanshi. Yet now, Sun Hanshi had actually died. How could Sun Shua endure this in his heart? Soon after, just as Sun Shua was about to slowly put Sun Hanshi down, the remaining two conspicuous injuries on the latter's face attracted Sun Shua's gaze. On the left side of the corpse's face, there was an extremely conspicuous large fist imprint. This fist imprint caused Sun Shua involuntarily to frown. He had a feeling that he had seen this fist imprint somewhere before. Immediately afterward, there was a clear scar on the right half of the corpse's face. Judging from the appearance of the scar, it was as if the corpse had been smashed by a brick from the side. However, the expression in Sun Shua's eyes suddenly froze when he saw the tiny wound. There was no other reason other than the fact that the scar on Sun Hanshi's face was something that he had also suffered before. A few months ago, in Coldstream City, Xiao Yan had once left a clear ruler imprint on his face with a ruler. That attack was deeply etched in Sun Shua's memory until now. In his heart, he hated Xiao Yan to the bone. At this moment, when he saw this familiar ruler imprint once again, Sun Shua's heart immediately thought of something. This is... Only after a long while did Sun Shua slightly open his mouth as his teeth trembled. Although his voice was trembling, it was filled with endless killing intent that could pierce the heavens. Xiao Yan. The hoarse and low voice slowly drifted to every corner of the large hall. In an instant, the expressions on everyone's faces uniformly changed. When they looked at Sun Shua, astonishment involuntarily surged into their eyes. Could it be that the true culprit behind Sun Hanshi's death was actually Xiao Yan? Although everyone present was an elite dou di, the name Xiao Yan reverberated like thunder in their ears. This was especially the case when they heard of the battle result that Xiao Yan had created in Coldstream City a couple of months ago. It caused all the elite dou di present to feel inferior in their hearts. At this moment, everyone present naturally turned their attention away from the Bai clan when they heard Sun Shua say Xiao Yan's name. At the same time, even the Zhou clan's attention slowly shifted away from the Bai clan. What do you mean? Are you saying that Xiao Yan killed Sun Hanshi? Even though this was the case, Zhou Lin still held some doubt in his heart. Although he had heard quite a lot about Xiao Yan's legendary battle result, he ultimately thought that Xiao Yan was merely a bandit. Regardless of how strong he was, it was impossible for him to be a match for an elite Daoist. As for the battle in Coldstream City, if Xiao Yan had not relied on the Great Way strength to cause Sun Shuo to be careless, it would have been impossible for him to injure a Daoist. Hence, Zhou Lin involuntarily frowned and asked when he heard the furious words that were emitted from Sun Shuo's mouth. Who else could it be other than him? This ruler mark can only be left behind by that strange weapon of his. Sun Shuo's hand gently rubbed the clear ruler mark on the right side of Sun Hanshi's face. At the same time, his voice was extremely hoarse as he slowly spoke. From this voice, it was not difficult to hear just what kind of terrifying fury was surging in his heart at this moment. Hearing this, everyone present, including Xiao Yan in the crowd, involuntarily threw their gazes over. Sure enough, on the right side of Sun Hanshi's face, there was a ruler scar that contained a scarlet color standing leisurely. When Xiao Yan saw the ruler mark for the first time, the expression on his face under the black robe involuntarily changed. He felt a surprise in his heart. His heart was completely unaware of this so-called ruler mark. Looks like there are some people who do not wish for me to remain in the dark. The dark black eyes under the black robe slowly narrowed. There was a cold glint lingering deep within his eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Yan raised his eyes and once again looked in the direction of the Bai clan. Currently, among all the people within the remains, other than the three brothers, only Bai Ying was aware of his identity. Although the three brothers were elite Daoist, they did not dare to attack Sun Hanshi. From the looks of it, it was likely that only the members of the Bai clan would dare to kill Sun Hanshi and push the blame onto Xiao Yan. Bai Ying, Xiao Yan softly muttered in his heart. Only then did he withdraw his gaze without anyone noticing. At the same time, Bai Zhan, who was also wearing a black robe, emitted a cold laugh at this moment from another spot in the crowd. In this way, regardless of what Zhou Lin guessed in his heart, the spearhead would ultimately turn toward Xiao Yan. However, just as everyone's gazes were focused on the already dead Sun Hanshi, the entire large hall under everyone's feet suddenly began to shake intensely. Immediately, the expressions of everyone present changed. One after another, they stepped into the air. Only then did they see a heavy stone door, which had been sealed for an unknown number of years, slowly being lifted at the deepest part of the large hall at this moment, accompanied by the sound of a mechanism turning. Immediately, the gazes of everyone in the large hall were attracted to it. Following the opening of the stone door, numerous glaring golden lights shot out from within, causing everyone present to be unable to open their eyes for a moment. It was a long while later when the golden light slowly scattered. Everyone focused their eyes and looked over. Only then did they discover that there was actually another stone room behind the stone door. Moreover, it was an even larger stone room. Chapter 666. Found it. The instant he found the lake, a wild joy involuntarily surged into Xiao Yan's heart. His heart involuntarily let out an exclamation. Even the spiritual strength that he had spread out also began to fluctuate a little. Roar! Because of this slight fluctuation, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, which had already spread to the air above the lake, suddenly shook. A shocking beast roar was once again transmitted into Xiao Yan's ear from within the mountain forest. At the same time, the strength that had spread to the air above the lake was also forcefully scattered by this beast roar. Xiao Yan, who was seated cross-legged within the mountain forest, suddenly paled. A solemn expression immediately surged into his eyes. As expected, this fellow's strength is indeed not something that an ordinary one-star Daoist can compare with. Recalling the words that the black-robed old man had said, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened. Soon after, however, his pair of white hands slowly clenched into fists. His black eyes revealed a determined expression. Even though the current Xiao Yan's strength was not comparable to his peak, he had to give it a try no matter what in order to obtain the spirit-gathering fruit. Who? Xiao Yan's mouth once again exhaled a deep breath of air. His seated body slowly stood up. He turned his gaze and looked in the direction of the lake. If he was right, the soul agglomerating fruit was located there. Soon after, Xiao Yan's toes pressed gently against the tree trunk. Dou Qi shot out from under his feet. Xiao Yan's body was like an arrow that had left the bough as he swiftly flew toward the deep parts of the mountain forest. Xiao Yan's body was like a ghost as he shuttled through a countless number of towering ancient trees with a lightning-like speed. Even when he passed by some human elite Dou Di, those people could only see a blurry black light flash before their eyes. They were unable to clearly identify what it was. The area of this ancient forest was so large that even though Xiao Yan's speed could be said to be frightening, there was still an extremely long distance between him and the lake after continuously shuttling for over 10 minutes. While Xiao Yan was surprised, he couldn't help but marvel at the owner of the ruins. With such extravagance, he really didn't know how powerful the owner of this ruin was. Along the way, Xiao Yan had sensed quite a few ferocious auras. There were even a few times when Xiao Yan brushed shoulders with some large and ferocious-looking magical beasts. If it were not for Xiao Yan's astonishing speed, it was likely that a fierce battle would have been unavoidable. However, at a certain moment, Xiao Yan, who was flying at an extremely fast speed, could not help but abruptly come to a halt. He frowned and turned his head to look behind him. With his powerful spiritual strength, Xiao Yan was able to sense that among the Dou Di experts that he had passed by earlier, there seemed to be some who were flying in his direction. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. From the looks of it, they should have been attracted by Xiao Yan. Damn it, they are really a group of wolves. They bite me as soon as they catch me. Looks like I need to increase my speed. After cursing in his heart, Xiao Yan suddenly turned his head. His body shook and the Dou Qi in his body circulated at an even faster speed. With a move of his feet, the sky extinction steps was instantly used. His body flashed and immediately turned into a cool breeze that whistled through the mountain forest, shaking off the group of people behind him. Time quickly flew by as Xiao Yan hurried. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan had already used the sky extinction steps to fly for nearly an hour. It was only at this moment that the lake appeared once again under the investigation of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. Found it. This time, Xiao Yan was not as wild with joy as before. Instead, he tried his best to suppress the emotions in his heart. As he flew forward at high speed, his spiritual strength carefully extended towards the lake. It carefully passed through the empty space above the lake and approached the small island in the middle of the lake. Before he even got close, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had already felt an extremely pure and surging spiritual strength. Feeling this strength, the soul orb in Xiao Yan's mind that had been silent for a long time immediately reacted. It buzzed and trembled a few times before slowly calming down. As expected, it is the soul condensation fruit. Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim in surprise in his heart. His figure also quickly approached the lake. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan suddenly realized that on the land surrounding the lake, there was actually a huge magic beast corpse. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's heart was immediately shocked. His body that was swiftly rushing forward also hurriedly stopped in the sky. At the same time, his pair of dark black eyes carried a deep shock as he looked at the huge magic beast corpse below. This magic beast was a huge python. The surface of this python's body was covered with a layer of dark black scales that were even harder than steel. Numerous strange lines also appeared on its body. Although it had been dead for a period of time, the body of this magic beast was actually able to emit a faintly discernible pressure. This was enough to show just how strong this magic beast was when it was alive. This magic beast is actually at the Dou Di class. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly hardened. His heart involuntarily felt a deep seriousness. A Dou Di class magic beast had actually died outside of this lake. Earlier, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had clearly been attacked by some kind of magic beast. In other words, this magic beast corpse in front of him had either been killed by the owner of this lake and left here as a deterrent, or it was the original owner of this lake who had been killed in this place. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, Xiao Yan was certain in his heart that at this moment, there was definitely an even stronger magical beast hiding under the lake in front of him at this moment. Gulp gulp. Even with Xiao Yan's mental fortitude, his throat involuntarily emitted a swallowing sound when he thought of this. At this moment, Gu Yu, who was within Xiao Yan's body, actually laughed for some unknown reason, causing Xiao Yan to feel extremely confused. Damn it, the strength of this magic beast underwater is likely at least at the advanced 1-star Do-D class. This time around I will have to go all out no matter what. His heart was extremely solemn as he quietly cautioned himself. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and the injured Northern King appeared beside Xiao Yan. After a couple of days of recovery, the 2 handprints on the Northern King's chest might have completely recovered. However, the crack lines that had been forcefully formed by the Do Qi had yet to recover. Once he used the Northern King to fight, it was likely that this puppet that had followed Xiao Yan for many years would be destroyed here. Although Xiao Yan felt some reluctance in his heart, he also knew that he would have to pay a price in order to obtain something. Perhaps the price he would have to pay this time around would be the Northern King. Xiao Yan was still a little worried after summoning the Northern King. Soon after, a thought passed through his mind and 9 avatars immediately formed in the empty space beside him, after which they merged into one. The strength of the avatars had also greatly increased after the merger. They had reached the advanced 5-star Band D class. Although it was somewhat impossible for them to greatly help Xiao Yan, a little more strength meant a little more protection. This was extremely important to the current Xiao Yan. After a couple of breaths, Xiao Yan led one of the avatars and the Northern King to the side of the lake. Xiao Yan's gaze passed through the surface of the lake and stared at the small exquisite tree on the small island in the middle of the lake. When he saw the milky white fruit on the tree, his emotions became even more fiery. Just at this moment, the calm lake in front of Xiao Yan suddenly began to churn. An enormous black figure gradually rose from the bottom of the lake. Finally, it broke out of the water. The first thing to appear on the surface of the water was a lightning-like horn, following which a huge snake head appeared, following which an enormous body appeared on the surface of the water. This magical beast was the same as the dead magical beast on the shore. It was also a snake-like magical beast. However, although it was clearly a snake, there was a lightning-like horn on the snake's head. Moreover, there were many whale-like patterns on its abdomen. However, the moment this magical beast appeared, the solemn expression that had just surfaced on Xiao Yan's face, who was standing on the shore, immediately became stunned when he clearly saw the magical beast in front of him. This was because the magical beast in front of him was the one that Xiao Yan had originally thought to be dead in the outside world. Ancient Whale Snake. Chapter 667. Following the completion of the enormous formation, the stone platform under everyone's feet gradually stopped trembling. Soon after, however, before everyone present could recover, numerous golden rays of light swiftly agglomerated in the air above the stone platform. In the blink of an eye, 10 enormous golden light clusters stood in the empty air like suns. Rumble! When everyone looked over, they heard an earth-shaking rumbling sound being emitted from within. Soon after, golden light shot in all directions and an aura boiled. It was a long while later before the dazzling golden light gradually disappeared, after which 10 enormous beasts appeared in front of everyone. The 10 enormous beasts were completely golden in color. Their entire bodies were shaped like gorillas. Their arms were long and their legs were short. Their bodies were well built and golden light lingered over them. Their golden fangs contained a dense cold luster, causing people to involuntarily feel fear in their hearts. A pair of scarlet-red beast eyes were filled with an unusually dense murderous aura. This point was something that even an elite Do-D would not dare to underestimate in his heart when he saw it. Other than this, numerous complicated formation symbols were agglomerated on the surface of the bodies of these 10 gorillas. Light also overflowed from them. Moreover, a powerful Do-Qi barrier was agglomerated on the surface of these gorillas. As long as this barrier was present, it would be impossible for the other party to easily defeat them even if they were an elite Do-D. The instant these 10 gorillas appeared, everyone present immediately threw their solemn gazes toward them. It was only at this moment that the members of the four great clans finally slowly raised their heads. Numerous pairs of sharp eyes swept over everyone present and directly looked at the 10+ energy clusters on the stone platform. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was among the crowd, also swept his dark black eyes over each of the middle-level Do-D on the stone platform. Finally, they paused on a cluster of light that was wrapped around a mysterious scroll. Xiao Yan's heart was not interested in those miscellaneous items. At this moment, the only thing that could move his heart among all the light clusters present was likely this scroll. Although he did not know whether this was a Do technique or a Qi method, he was certain that its tier would definitely not be low since it was able to appear on this stone platform. This was the reason why Xiao Yan had acted. Just as Xiao Yan was about to move, a sharp miserable cry suddenly sounded from the stone stage. Everyone's eyes hurriedly looked over and their expressions suddenly changed. They saw that the enormous magical beasts that had descended had actually begun to move at this moment. Their targets were the people on the stone stage at this moment. After these gorillas landed, they immediately waved their huge fists and attacked the people closest to them. The strength of this group of gorillas were all at the Do-D class. When they attacked at the same time, their momentum was extremely shocking. Within a short instant, the area within 100 meters of the stone stage had already been dyed by bright red fresh blood. A couple of elite Do-D were sent flying by a punch. Immediately, a dense bloody scent spread over the stone stage, causing one's heart to be shocked. This group of beasts is so strong, we must not underestimate them. When this scene appeared, the faces of the other elite Do-D in the arena no longer dared to show the slightest carelessness. Those who were closer to them also swiftly moved their bodies and retreated some distance away. Below the stone stage, Xiao Yan, who saw this scene, also frowned. These huge beasts all had the strength of a Do-D. Now that they were wantonly slaughtering, they were like tigers entering a flock of sheep when they attacked. Other than some elite Do-D whose strength was not weak, any ordinary Do-D did not have the strength to contend with them. Usually, they would only be able to exchange 2 or 3 blows before being forced back by these huge beasts. What a domineering formation! It is actually able to agglomerate such strong fellows. Just what kind of terrifying existence was the owner of these remains when he was alive? Haha, this monkey's strength is not bad. Let me have a try. Suddenly, at the front of the crowd, Huoba's mouth emitted an arrogant and unruly laugh. Soon after, his feet suddenly stomped on the ground and a corner of the stone stage immediately collapsed. His body also shot out like a cannonball, heavily shooting toward one of the 10 gorillas. Bang! Soon after, the sound of an explosion was heard from the stone stage when Huoba violently collided with the gorilla. In the blink of an eye, everyone saw Huoba's body explosively retreating. At the same time, the gorilla that was fighting against him also uncontrollably retreated a few hundred steps. However, it was forcefully stabilized. Seeing this scene, everyone in the arena immediately went into an uproar. They did not expect the gorilla's strength to be so terrifying. When it attacked, even Huoba, who was a 3-star Do-D, was unable to kill it. What a strange formation. I did not expect that even with my strength, I would not be able to easily break its protective formation. This time around I cannot be careless. Huoba softly laughed. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. However, soon after, his gaze passed over the gorilla and looked toward the top of the stone stage. Of course, from his current position, he was unable to truly see that place. Even so, when Huoba's gaze looked toward the top of the stone stage, a heated expression involuntarily appeared deep within his eyes. It could be seen that there was something extremely precious there. Soon after, Huoba's body suddenly moved. In an instant, he turned into a ray of light and swiftly swept past everyone on the stone stage. After which, he bypassed those huge beasts with lightning speed and charged toward the stone stage. Not good, this fellow actually wants to get the treasure first. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the people from the other 3 clans below the stone stage changed. Soon after, the people from the 3 clans exchanged glances with each other. Soon after, Their feet stepped on empty air and their bodies instantly turned into a meteor as they swiftly chased after Huaba, who was on the stone stage. At the same time, the other people on the stone stage once again turned their gazes toward those energy light clusters. In the blink of an eye, the middle section of the stone stage was filled with middle-level Do-D fighting with each other in order to snatch those energy light clusters. Adding the frightening strength of those 10 huge beasts, the situation on the stage had become extremely chaotic in an instant. After passing by everyone, the people from the 4 great clans also chased each other on the part of the stone stage that faced the top. Occasionally, there would be Do-Chi shooting out. Even the people below would occasionally be caught in the crossfire. At this moment, a flame flashed deep within Xiao Yan's dark black eyes under the black robe. His gaze stared at the energy light cluster wrapped around the mysterious scroll on the stone stage. At a certain moment, the footsteps under his feet changed slightly. That sky extinction step was instantly unleashed at this moment. His body also disappeared from this stone stage in an instant. Genius remembers home address in 1 second. Mobile reading website. Chapter 668. The originally chaotic situation on the large pyramid-like stone stage had become even more chaotic due to the addition of these 10 enormous beasts. At this moment, even those experts and factions who wanted to take advantage of the situation were unable to stand idly by the side. This was because the mission of the 10 enormous beasts was to kill everyone on the stone stage. They were naturally no exception. In the sky above the stone stage, those light clusters appeared to possess their own intelligence in the face of the obstruction from the many experts. They were actually able to automatically turn as they flew, dodging all the large hands that were rushing over. Bang! Numerous human figures were moving around on the stone stage. The sound of fighting was repeatedly emitted from the midair. Occasionally, a figure would spit out blood and fall. Finally, they heavily smashed onto the stone stage below, causing the entire stone stage to be red. Numerous spiderweb-like crack lines were formed. Bang! The enormous beasts continued to wave their enormous fists. Each time they were swung, the space would shake. Their powerful strength caused the expressions of those elite Do-D to change. Within a short moment, these 10 enormous beasts had already killed a couple of elite Do-D. From this, one could tell just how frightening the strength of these 10 enormous beasts was. Ha! This scroll is mine. An elite Do-D's hands were tightly hugging an ancient scroll that was about to escape from his hands at a certain spot on the stone stage. His old face revealed a heated smile under the shine of the energy light. However, before he could warm up the scroll in his hand, another figure suddenly appeared out of thin air beside him. Then, a saber ruthlessly slashed across his neck. Grug! Driven by greed, even someone as strong as an elite Do-D would have a time when he was unable to withstand a single blow. A blade fell and his head was separated. A dignified elite Do-D had died in such an unjust manner. He was unable to clearly see the appearance of the person who killed him before he died. The scroll in this old man's hand was tightly held by another skinny-faced old man the moment he died. His heart was filled with ridicule as he coldly laughed. However, this old man did not dare to be careless. A pair of dark eyes instantly swept over the empty space. His body moved and was about to leave this place. Bang! Soon after, however, an enormous body suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, it furiously smashed down like a small mountain. Soon after, it violently fell from the top of this old man's head. With just a punch, this elite Do-D was violently sent flying. Fresh blood spilled from his mouth while the scroll in his hand uncontrollably left. Soon after, it turned into a ray of light that once again flew onto the stone stage. Immediately, just as this enormous beast turned around, the scroll, which had escaped from its restraints and was flying in midair, was suddenly grabbed by a white hand that was suddenly extended from the empty space. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body was completely exposed to the air. Seeing the scroll in his hand struggling intensely, Xiao Yan's hand tightened its grip. A thought passed through his mind and a surging spiritual strength immediately surged out from between his brows. In merely an instant, the energy that originally covered the scroll was swiftly removed by Xiao Yan. At the same time, the scroll, which was originally struggling intensely in Xiao Yan's hand, had also calmed down. Without any hesitation, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. The ancient scroll in his hand was immediately kept into his storage ring. At the same time, the enormous beast once again appeared behind Xiao Yan. Its enormous golden fist suddenly waved and smashed heavily toward Xiao Yan's head. The expression on Xiao Yan's face did not change even a little when he sensed the frightening wind that attacked him from behind. He did not even turn his head as the corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. A thought passed through his mind, and the dark black curtain that he had prepared long ago instantly agglomerated in front of Xiao Yan. Soon after, the instant the enormous fist landed, the black-robed Xiao Yan had already disappeared from this empty space. Other than the empty space that was about to shatter when the fist landed, it did not manage to grab anything. Immediately, an earth-shaking furious roar was emitted from the enormous beast's mouth. A pair of scarlet eyes suddenly rotated. On the other side, Xiao Yan's footsteps slowly stepped out of empty space. The moment he appeared, his eyebrows under the black robe involuntarily tightened together. He did not expect that the enormous beast would actually target him, even though he had already kept the ancient scroll into his storage ring. Of course, other than this, the other few elite Daoist on the stone platform had also noticed the current Xiao Yan. Even the action of Xiao Yan keeping the ancient scroll into his storage ring was seen by their eyes. In the blink of an eye, not only was Xiao Yan targeted by the enormous beast, but he also had to face the elite Daoist from all over the place. From the looks of it, his situation was not very good. With this thought in his mind, the enormous beast suddenly turned its body before Xiao Yan could do anything. Although its body was huge, its speed was incomparably fast. In the blink of an eye, the enormous beast had once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Its enormous fist danced and once again smashed furiously toward Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan's expression turned cold when he saw the enormous beast attacking in front of him. He was just about to intervene when the corner of his eyes glanced at the stone platform a short distance behind him. A couple of elite Daoist were standing in an orderly fashion. Dou Qi surged out of their bodies. It seemed that they were waiting for Xiao Yan to take the initiative to hand over his storage ring. Xiao Yan snorted coldly in his heart. However, he did not dare to be careless on the surface. He twisted his body and hurriedly dodged the punch that was attacking him. Soon after, however, an even more violent fist wind once again attacked. Faced with this enormous beast, even Xiao Yan was unable to come up with any countermeasures within a short period of time. Bang! Finally, after an intense collision, Xiao Yan was unable to block the punch of the enormous beast. He was forced back by the punch. However, before the elite Daoist behind him could do anything, the enormous beast in front of him once again pounced forward, intending to give Xiao Yan a fatal blow. However, at this moment, a lightning-like black light suddenly shot out from under Xiao Yan's black robe and violently collided with the enormous fist that was heading toward him. Bang! After the attack landed, Xiao Yan's body was forced back a couple of steps under the frightening inhalation. On the other hand, the enormous beast's tightly clenched hand was actually forcefully opened by that attack. At a certain instant, Xiao Yan's eyes clearly saw that there was a fist-sized crystal stone in the palm of the enormous beast. It was unceasingly releasing energy to supply the enormous beast. That is, a spirit stone. Seeing this scene, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes immediately hardened. At the same time, he also came up with a countermeasure in his heart. From the looks of it, the energy source of this enormous beast should be the spirit stone in its palm. As long as he could remove it, it was likely that the strength of this enormous beast would be greatly reduced. At that time, it would be the time for Xiao Yan to break it. Once he thought of doing it, he took advantage of this short opportunity in front of him. The Dou Qi in Xiao Yan's body began to circulate even more wildly. At the same time, a dark black tent instantly agglomerated in front of him. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also leaned forward. The next moment, when Xiao Yan's body passed through the tent, he had already appeared in the open palm of the enormous beast in front of him. Under the stunned gazes of the elite Daoist behind him, Xiao Yan grabbed the spirit stone in his palm and immediately pulled it violently. One could only hear a puff sound and the spirit stone landed in Xiao Yan's palm. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and he kept the spirit stone into his storage ring. At the same time, the enormous palm that was spread open suddenly tightened at this moment. From the point of view of the people outside, Xiao Yan's action was undoubtedly seeking death. However, the instant the palm was pulled back, a sharp light suddenly burst out from the palm. In the next moment, all the elite Daoist present clearly saw that the indestructible palm of the enormous beast actually shattered with a bang. Genius 1 second. Remember this address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 669. This extremely sudden scene in the battleground also caused those elite Daoist who had witnessed this scene to feel a wave of shock in their hearts. Even the expressions on their faces could not help but become extremely interesting. This fellow. Just who is he? He is actually able to shatter the claws of this beast. Isn't this a little too frightening? This fellow's strength is not ordinary. We must not be careless. Numerous voices that were filled with solemnness were repeatedly emitted from the crowd. At this moment, Xiao Yan's body suddenly flashed and dodged the punch of the huge beast in front of him. Immediately, he flipped his hand under his sleeves and the spirit stone in his palm was stored into Xiao Yan's storage ring. After withdrawing for some distance, Xiao Yan focused his eyes and looked over. Immediately, the corner of his mouth under the black robe revealed a smile. As expected, after losing the replenishment of the spirit stone, the huge palm of the huge beast, which had been forcefully shattered by Xiao Yan, was unable to recover. At the same time, Xiao Yan also discovered that the huge body of the huge beast in front of him was no longer as solid as before. Even the speed at which it attacked had been greatly reduced. Of course, this point was also seen by those elite Daoist. However, they all attributed the reason behind this to Xiao Yan's attack earlier. Hence, they did not have much doubt. After collecting the spirit stone, Xiao Yan's eyes did not turn away because of this. Compared to the so-called treasures within the light cluster, Xiao Yan preferred these spirit stones. At this moment, the huge beast whose attack had failed, once again waved its huge fist and charged explosively toward Xiao Yan. However, compared to before, the current Xiao Yan's expression appeared unusually calm. After losing a spirit stone, the strength of this huge beast had already been reduced by more than half. Xiao Yan no longer felt any pressure when facing it. Xiao Yan took a step back. The hand under his sleeves suddenly clenched into a fist. Powerful Dou Qi swiftly agglomerated in Xiao Yan's palm. Soon after, Xiao Yan's feet heavily stepped on empty air. One could only hear a muffled bang sound and Xiao Yan's body immediately turned into a dark black flowing light. With a lightning-like speed, he heavily collided with the huge beast that was charging toward him. Bang! A loud sound appeared. Under the black robe, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly turned ruthless. Soon after, the veins on his right arm that he had struck out suddenly became violent. His seemingly thin body suddenly shook. Immediately, a frightening huge force violently shot out along with Xiao Yan's right arm. After the attack landed, Xiao Yan's body stood steadily in the empty air. On the other hand, the huge beast was actually instantly sent flying by Xiao Yan's punch. Finally, it heavily smashed onto the stone platform that was like a flight of stairs below. Such a huge contrast caused many of the elite Daoist present to throw shocked gazes at Xiao Yan. It should be known that just a moment ago, this huge beast had displayed its might under the combined attacks of so many elite Daoist. That kind of aura that could destroy the world was something that even they would have to retreat when they saw it. However, at this moment, this huge beast had become so weak in front of this black-robed person. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening this black-robed person's strength was. Of course, these people were naturally unaware of the true reason behind this. They also did not expect that the mysterious elite Daoist, whom they were shocked by in their eyes, was actually merely a 6-star bandit. It was just that he was a little unusual. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body once again flashed. His frightening speed once again shocked the entire place. At the same time, the huge beast's body on the stone platform that had burst apart emitted a bang sound and slowly scattered. At the same time, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into a slight smile. He flipped his hand and stored the second spirit stone into his storage ring. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned as he watched the energy light spots that gradually scattered around him. It seemed that it was just as he had thought in his heart. There were only 2 spirit stones on the huge beast's body as energy replenishment. Moreover, the spirit stones were located in the palms of the huge beast. Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. Only then did he slowly turn around. He ignored those elite Daoist around him who had thrown shocked gazes at him. His gaze swept over the stone platform and swiftly landed on the other huge beast. In that case, it will be you. Xiao Yan laughed softly in his heart. His feet moved and his body immediately turned into a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of that huge beast. Roar! Seeing that Xiao Yan did not dodge or attack, the huge beast immediately let out a furious roar. Both of its fists were clenched tightly and it was about to throw a punch at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's face carried a cold smile when he saw this. He waved his large hand and a black ray of light immediately shot out. Xiao Yan's body once again flashed and arrived in the sky above the huge beast's head. Chi. At the same time, the dark black ray of light that shot out from Xiao Yan's sleeves suddenly soared with the wind. By the time all the elite Daoist present saw it clearly, the black ray of light had already turned into a huge snake. The huge snake twisted its body in front of everyone's shocked gazes. At the same time its huge body twisted, chi sound of rushing wind was emitted in midair. Soon after, its thick snake tail violently collided with the huge fist that was coming toward it. Bang! After the attack landed, the huge snake was forced back. At the same time, the huge fist that the huge beast had thrown out was forcefully blasted apart by the former's intentional force. At the same time, the spirit stone that it was holding tightly in its hand was also exposed to the surrounding air in an instant. However, the moment the spirit stone was exposed, a ray of light flashed past the huge beast's hand in a lightning-like manner. At the same time, the huge beast's open palm was blasted apart by the attack. Soon after, a dark black human figure suddenly stood in the sky above the huge beast like a ghost in front of the gazes of all the elite Daoist present. By the time everyone's gazes looked over, the palm of the human figure had already landed on the huge beast's head. Numerous crack lines gradually spread from the top of the huge beast's head. Its huge body also stood still like a statue. A couple of breaths later, a low and deep thump sounded beside the ears of all the elite Daoist. Under everyone's stunned gazes, another huge beast exploded with a bang. From the beginning until the end, all of this had happened within a short 10+ breaths. In such a short period of time, a powerful elite Daoist had been so easily killed. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, the elite Daoist present would definitely not have believed it in their hearts. Chapter 670. The fifth one. Xiao Yan faintly counted in his heart. He swiftly stored a fist-sized spirit stone into his storage ring. Only then did he raise his eyes and look at the remaining 5 huge beasts. Within a short moment, half of the 10 huge beasts had already died in Xiao Yan's hands. This scene also caused the surrounding elite Daoist's faces to involuntarily reveal stunned expressions. The strength of the man and beast in front of them could really be described as frightening. When the two of them attacked together, this enormous beast, which caused the other elite Daoist present to feel a grave expression, had become just like an ordinary magical beast in front of these two fellows. It was almost as if it was a magical beast. Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze. He once again raised his head and looked at the remaining 5 huge beasts. A cluster of excited flames surged out of his pair of dark black eyes. These huge beasts, which were so terrifyingly strong in the eyes of others and which no one dared to fight against, were just like, noticing that Xiao Yan's gaze had shot over, the 5 huge beasts appeared to be frightened. Their mouths emitted low and deep beastly roars as their bodies involuntarily stepped back. Although they were formations and did not possess the intelligence of a human, they could clearly sense a threat from this black-robed person in front of them. A threat that was sufficient to destroy them. But they actually know fear. This is a strange thing. However, Seeing that these huge beasts actually knew fear, Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows. He immediately laughed softly. He glanced at the narwhal snake that was hovering in the empty space beside him and was about to attack once again. However, at this moment, hum, an ancient and powerful aura suddenly swept across the space like an invisible storm. A frightening pressure descended on everyone's heads. Under this aura pressure, everyone present had a change in expression. Even with Xiao Yan's strength, he also felt quite a great pressure under this aura pressure. Although this aura was quite frightening, a heated expression involuntarily surged into the eyes of all the elite Daoist present when they raised their heads to look at the source of this aura. This aura might be frightening, but at the same time, it also indicated to all the elite Daoist present just how great this strength was. As long as someone could obtain this power, everyone present today would most likely be trampled underfoot. What a terrifying power! What exactly is this thing? It's actually so powerful. The group of elite Daoist on the stone stage revealed shocked faces as they lifted their heads to look at the top of the stone stage. Under the pressure of this aura, even the flow of Dao Qi within their bodies had slowed. Soon after, quite a number of elite Daoist present began to raise the Dao Qi within their bodies under the push of desire. An enormous aura immediately soared to the sky from the stone stage. Their aura was like a rainbow. Human figures flashed and dozens of elite Daoist bodies moved. They stepped onto the stone stage and rushed upward. However, everyone's expressions suddenly changed drastically in the next moment. The instant their feet stepped onto the stone platform, these elite Daoist immediately sensed that the aura and pressure that were pressing on their bodies had suddenly soared by a level. The pressure on this stone stage actually became stronger the higher it rose. Each time one stepped onto the stone stage, the pressure on the stone stage would become increasingly frightening. It was really difficult to imagine just how frightening the aura pressure that the members of the 4 great clans were currently enduring at the top of the stone stage was. Although there was a pressure blocking it, the hearts of all the elite Daoist present were unwilling to give up in the face of benefits regardless of how strong this pressure was. After witnessing the strangeness of this stone stage, the group of elite Daoist once again moved. The Dao Qi within their bodies continued to spew out. There was a powerful pressure above their heads as they swiftly flew toward the top of the stone stage like a hot knife through butter. After everyone, Xiao Yan once again twisted his body. After using the black robe to remove a portion of the pressure, his body swiftly flew toward the top of the stone stage. Since he had come, Xiao Yan would naturally not miss out on such a good show. Regardless of the final result, if he did not go all out, how would he know if he would be able to obtain any benefits from this remains? Each time Xiao Yan's body stepped onto a step of the stone stage, the pressure above his head seemed to increase by another 500 kilograms. Within a short moment, the elite Daoist, who were originally swiftly flying, could only helplessly stand on the stone stage. Their faces were flushed red. Other than an extremely small number of elite Daoist who were still able to forcefully endure the pressure and slowly rush upward, most of the people were trembling as they slowly walked on the stone stage. At a glance, they appeared to be old men past their prime. Their movements were slow and appeared to be strenuous. There were even some whose faces were pale. Their entire bodies were exhausted as they lay on the ground. Their hearts were filled with struggle, but their bodies were unable to support them. Even though their hearts were filled with unwillingness, they could only helplessly give up. In the face of this frightening pressure, all of the elite Daoist present could only complain endlessly in their hearts. Ha, a group of trash. All you know is to train your Dao Qi all day long. You don't even place us physical practitioners in your eyes. Now you finally know how to complain. At a higher position on the stone stage, there were a couple of large burly bearded men with savage smiles on their faces. Their words were filled with ridicule as they looked at the group of elite Daoist below, who were having a difficult time moving forward. Although their strength was only at the intermediate level of a 1-star Daoist, their hearts were currently filled with cold laughter when compared to these people below. Most of the elite Daoist had already given up on continuing to train their physical strength. This was because, from the way they saw it, the only thing that could be of use in a battle was Dao Qi and not brute force. Brute force might be overbearing, but it was ultimately unable to withstand a single blow in front of Do Qi. At the very least, this was what these elite Do Di thought in their hearts. Of course, this point was indeed displayed during ordinary training. The strength obtained from training Do Qi alone was often stronger than those who trained their physical body at the same time. This allowed most elite Do Di to suppress some physical practitioners. Of course, Wu Jitian from the battle martial sect was an exception. The Qi method that Wu Jitian practiced focused on strength. While training Do Qi, it was also able to increase the strength of his physical body. The two complemented each other, allowing him to walk further on the path of body refinement. However, it was also because of this point that he was destined to only be able to train his physical strength to the highest level of his Qi method and would not be able to advance even an inch. The faces of the elite Do Di below trembled in anger after the cold laughter from the mouths of the few large men with curly beards was emitted. However, they were helpless as this frightening pressure caused them to lose most of their fighting strength. Even if they fully maneuvered the Do Qi within their bodies, it was very difficult for them to unleash even half of their usual strength. Who is that fellow? Isn't that the fellow from earlier? It seems that he was the one who joined hands with a large snake to finish off the 5 huge beasts. But why is his speed? The few large men with curly beards on the high ground of the stone platform revealed surprise in their eyes as they looked at the black-robed person below who was swiftly rushing up without reducing his speed. Numerous words that were filled with surprise were repeatedly emitted from their mouths. In the end, the expressions on the few large men's faces became incredulous. Their eyes were dull as they stared at the black-robed person below. Even when the latter had already arrived in front of them, the speed of his feet still did not slow down in the slightest. This fellow, isn't he a little too frightening? Within a short few minutes, his footsteps had crossed over 100 steps. Moreover, his speed did not change during this period of time. It was as though the frightening pressure that covered this space did not affect him at all. The few burly men looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were all filled with deep shock. To be able to do this, the black-robed person in front of them was either terrifyingly strong or it was because his physical strength had already reached a terrifying level. The expressions in the eyes of the few large men suddenly solidified when they thought of this. Regardless of which point it was, all of them proved just how frightening this black-robed person in front of them was. A fire glow flowed within Xiao Yan's dark black eyes under the black robe. Purple gold dragon scales covered his entire body under the black robe. Dust rose with each step that Xiao Yan took, forming a small hurricane. His body did not pause as it continued to rush forward. Chapter 671. Step. On the stone platform that was shrouded in golden light, as the doctor's heavy footsteps sounded, a black figure had already disappeared with lightning speed from the stone platform that was 1 level higher. Unlike those elite Do Di who had difficulty moving, Xiao Yan would leave a shallow footprint on the golden stone platform with each step he took. At the same time, his body did not pause even a little. With just 1 step, he had forcefully leaped over 10 steps. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan had pulled apart quite a large distance from the group of elite Do Di behind him. Despite this, Xiao Yan's unmoving speed did not slow down even a little during this period of time. Moreover, it actually showed signs of continuing to rise. This point caused the facial muscles of the elite Do Di behind Xiao Yan to twitch for quite a while. Even if he wanted to attack someone, he should not attack them in such a manner. Of course, while their hearts were shocked by Xiao Yan's speed, those elite Do Di also felt extremely regretful in their hearts. Normally, they clearly had a large amount of time to train their physical strength. However, they had ultimately chosen to give up. Now that they had truly reached a critical juncture, these usually arrogant Do Di finally knew how to complain in their hearts. Unfortunately, it was already too late. At the very least, they were destined to not be able to obtain the true treasure during this trip to the remains. As time slowly flowed by, there were very few elite Do Di who were able to stand halfway up the stone platform. Even the members of the 4 great clans were sitting cross-legged near the top of the stone platform. Their auras were unstable as they tried their best to recover the Do Qi that they had exhausted within their bodies. Compared to those ordinary Do Di below, The members of the four great clans relied on the strength of their Do Qi to forcefully endure all the way up. Although they had already neared the top of the stone platform, they had already exhausted quite a lot of the Do Qi within their bodies. In order to allow themselves to have the strength to face the various dangers that might appear at the top of the stone platform, they had no choice but to rest here. Under this kind of situation, it was likely that only Xiaoyan was able to maintain his speed and continue to charge up on the stone platform. As Xiaoyan approached the top of the stone platform, the aura and pressure that he felt around him also became increasingly frightening. At this moment, even with the strength of Xiaoyan's physical body, he could not help but feel an extremely heavy pressure. This was an extremely frightening phenomenon. Once it appeared, it indicated that the aura and pressure that Xiaoyan would have to endure would be a couple of times or even dozens of times greater. Despite this, Xiaoyan could only go all out and fight with all his might. The sun might be bright after the rain, but before that, the entire world would have to experience the baptism of a storm. At this moment, Xiaoyan was in this situation. This aura and pressure might be frightening, but as long as he was able to endure it, it would also be quite beneficial to Xiaoyan. The training of one's physical body could only be raised to the greatest extent in adversity. At this moment, this pressure that covered the entire stone platform was the best opportunity for Xiaoyan. Stomp! As his foot landed, Xiaoyan's body also suddenly bent downwards. The frightening aura and pressure was like a mountain that heavily pressed down on Xiaoyan's back, causing his breathing to suddenly become sluggish. The body under the black robe could not help but tremble intensely. The muscles on his face could not help but become a little distorted. Soon after, Xiaoyan violently clenched his teeth. Both of his eyes were immediately filled with fresh blood. Green veins bulged on his forehead, twisting like numerous small snakes. The face under the black robe had become ferocious at this moment. His body suddenly shook and Do Qi gushed out from under his feet. Xiaoyan's slightly squatted body suddenly shot forward. Powerful Do Qi continued to erupt from the center of his feet. Waves of bang bang sounds continuously resounded on the stone platform. Huff! After taking 100 consecutive steps, Xiaoyan was finally unable to endure the extremely powerful and frightening aura and pressure around him. The moment his final foot landed, the human figure under the black robe also sat on the ground with a plop sound. The breath in his mouth was hurried and heavy as he panted. Damn it! Xiaoyan cursed unwillingly in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the top of the stone platform that was already not far away. He could not help but feel a sense of regret in his heart. He did not expect that he would actually fall at such a moment after using all his strength. As the saying goes, the first spurt of energy, the second would weaken, and the third would be exhausted. In order to reach the top of the stone platform, Xiaoyan had already used all of his strength. However, he did not expect that he would ultimately fall at this place. Seeing that the top of the stone platform was already within reach, it was likely that no one would feel good in their heart at this moment. At an even higher position on the stone platform, the few people from the four great clans had already noticed the black-robed Xiaoyan. The gazes of the people from the four great clans were solemn as they stared at Xiaoyan, who was a short distance away. The eyes of the four great clans were filled with incomparable shock. This mysterious black-robed person was actually able to continuously take 100 steps under this frightening aura and pressure that even they had difficulty contending with. This really caused them to feel a sense of disbelief. This person's physical body is really strong. Huoba's eyes revealed a solemn expression as he stared at Xiaoyan below. Even he, who had always been arrogant, could not help but feel shocked by the physical strength of the black-robed person in front of him. From the fact that the black-robed person did not use any Do Qi, it was likely that the latter had relied on his own physical strength to land in this position. With Huoba's eyesight as a 3-star Do Di, he would naturally not be wrong about this. Bai Ying and Zhuo Bentang, who were seated a short distance away, involuntarily nodded when these words were uttered. They usually did not have many people, but the strength of the physical body of the person in front of them caused them to have no choice but to admit it. At the very least, there was no one in their four clans who possessed such a powerful physical body. Sun Shuo might have gradually awakened from his grief and fury earlier, but the expression on his face was incomparably cold. Even the people from the 3 clans beside him tried their best to maintain a distance from him. This fellow has finally stopped. I thought that he would continue to charge to the top of the stone platform. Bai Ying's eyes stared at Xiao Yan, who had fallen to the ground. A glint flashed deep within his eyes before he bitterly laughed. This remains was the home ground of their 4 great clans. If the limelight was stolen by someone else, where would the face of their 4 great clans go? After Bai Ying's words sounded, the other 2 clans beside him also looked at the mysterious black-robed man below. Zhuo Lin from the Zhuo clan originally had a calm expression, but because of Bai Ying's words, a slight ripple appeared on his face. It seemed that the mysterious expert whom they had met outside the remains had not appeared since they had entered the remains. Yet, this person in front of him was coincidentally wearing a black robe. This involuntarily caused some thoughts to form in Zhuo Lin's heart. At the same time, the narwhal snake, which was originally resting on Xiao Yan's arm, quietly popped its head out at this moment. He, Brother Xiao Yan is indeed powerful. It is unexpected that you are actually able to charge to this place within such a short period of time in front of this pressure that causes even me to feel a headache. Tsk, the strength of your physical body is really frightening. If you do not possess the aura of a human, I would have suspected that you are a magical beast that has transformed into a human form. Hearing this, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. He sighed softly, frowned and sighed. So what? I still can't go up. Xiao Yan was helpless. At the same time that he felt a sense of loss in his heart, he felt that the pressure from the pressure around him was gradually increasing. Even his breathing had become a little difficult. Even if you can't go up, there's still me. The narwhal snake snickered and slyly said. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes hardened slightly. Only then did he recall that this small snake had been hiding under his sleeves. It was not pressured by the surrounding aura. Although his aura was weak now, the narwhal snake was in its best condition. Xiao Yan was immediately overjoyed when he thought of this. Soon after, the narwhal snake's small and exquisite body under Xiao Yan's sleeves suddenly twisted and slid out of the sleeves. It was completely exposed in the air and welcomed the terrifying aura that attacked from all directions. Soon after, a dark black dough chi swiftly surged on the surface of the narwhal snake's body. Even its small body swiftly became huge at this moment. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into its original body, a super huge python with a huge body. The instant it appeared, the narwhal snake's mouth involuntarily emitted a roar that resounded through the sky. At the same time, its enormous body suddenly trembled. Dou Qi surged wildly, causing the empty space around it to involuntarily form circular water-like spatial ripples. Even the terrifying aura that covered the entire stone platform was shaken back a little by this earth-shaking roar. What is going on? This is the narwhal snake? Isn't it rumored to be extinct? It is unexpected that it would actually appear here. A Dou D class narwhal snake. This is not easy to deal with. The key point is what exactly is this beast planning to do now? On the tall platform, the few people from the 4 great clans stared at the narwhal snake, which had suddenly scuttled out from Xiao Yan's sleeves. Surprise was written all over their faces. The thing that caused their hearts to be even more shocked was that the aura and pressure within this space actually began to fluctuate following the narwhal snake's roar. I heard that the narwhal snake's bloodline is special and is able to suppress many opponents who are stronger than it. Looking at it today, it is indeed extraordinary. However, it is actually able to create such a mighty aura with just the strength of a 1-star Dou D. If one is able to tame it and use it for oneself, Huoba's gaze was locked tightly as he stared at the narwhal snake. One of his words went without saying. Huoba, it is best that you withdraw those thoughts. Can't you see that this narwhal snake already has an owner? Even its strength has reached the level of a 1-star Dou D. Do you think that the strength of its owner would be weaker than it? Bai Ying merely turned his head around with a cold smile when he heard the words from Huoba's mouth. His mouth emitted a sneer as he coldly spoke. That may not be the case. Just as Huoba frowned and was about to refute the words from Bai Ying's mouth, Zhuo Lin, who had been carefully observing Xiao Yan from the Zhuo clan's side, slowly opened his mouth at this moment. The hearts of the people from the Hua clan and the Bai clan immediately turned cold when his words sounded. If these words were uttered from someone else's mouth, they might snort disdainfully. However, they had no choice but to treat these words with caution when they were uttered from Zhuo Lin's mouth. Among the people from these two clans, especially Bai Ying from the Bai clan, the expression deep within his eyes involuntarily flickered when he heard the words that were suddenly emitted from Zhuo Lin's mouth. In his heart, Bai Ying already had some guesses about this black-robed person in front of him. However, it would not be a good thing if the black-robed person's identity was exposed at this moment. Haha, in that case, Zhuo Lin has already guessed something? Huaba's round eyes rotated for a moment before he laughed out loud. From the meaning within his words, it seemed that he was completely unconcerned. It was as though he did not believe what Zhuo Lin had said earlier. You wish to know? Zhuo Lin's expression was calm. His pair of sword-like eyes stared straight at Huaba as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Haha, what's there to be curious about? I merely heard Zhuo Lin's words and was a little curious, so I asked casually. Hearing this, Huaba could not help but be slightly taken aback. He immediately regained his senses and laughed out loud, but he shifted his gaze away. Although Zhuo Lin's strength was inferior to his, the sharpness that seeped out from the latter's bones made it so that no one dared to clash head-on with him. Seeing this, Zhuo Lin's anger turned as he looked at Bai Ying. Seeing this, the latter smiled slightly and also shifted his gaze away. Facing Zhuo Lin, even with Bai Ying's old and experienced temperament, he did not dare to be careless. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was not far below the people from the four great clans, was like a fish in water the moment the powerful aura around him dissipated. He instantly stood up from the ground and his entire body rapidly recovered. Let's go. Allow me to bring you up. The narwhal snake laughed out loud. It twisted its enormous snake tail and forcefully pulled Xiaoyan into it by the time he recovered. Its enormous body suddenly shook and Do Qi rippled, forcefully forcing back the aura around it. Soon after, its enormous body immediately turned into a ray of black light. It was like a shooting star chasing after the moon as it charged toward the top of the stone platform. Regardless of how terrifying the aura around it was completely blocked. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan involuntarily felt a wave of surprise in his heart. The narwhal snake was indeed worthy of being one of the top in the magical beast world. The strength of its physical body was more than just a little stronger than Xiaoyan. It was actually able to charge forward at such a fast speed in the face of such a terrifying aura. It could really be described as terrifying. Swoosh! As the sharp sound of wind breaking resounded beside the members of the four great clans, the terrifying aura and pressure in the sky was forcefully broken apart by the narwhal snake. A hurricane swept across, blowing up the sleeves of the few people who were sitting cross-legged on the high platform. It was only at this moment that the few of them finally reacted. Immediately, their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly looked over. However, when they turned their heads to look, the enormous body of the narwhal snake had already left them far behind. In the blink of an eye, the enormous body of the narwhal snake was already standing at the top of the enormous stone platform. Genius remembered the address of this website in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 672. Xiaoyan stood at the top of the stone platform and sensed the frightening aura and pressure around him completely disappear. His body appeared to have been relieved of a heavy burden. Lifting his gaze, Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with caution and curiosity as he looked ahead. At this moment, the thing that appeared in front of Xiaoyan was not an endless flight of stairs like before. Instead, it was an extremely large square. The square was circular in shape and mysterious runes were engraved all over the ground. From these runes, it was not difficult to tell that this should be a formation. The size of the formation was included within this open ground. It was 1,000 feet away from where Xiaoyan was currently standing. Looking over, there were huge stone piers placed around the square. The stone piers were carved into the shape of lotuses. They were of different shapes and not a single one of them was the same. Counting carefully, there were a total of 31 stone piers. They maintained a certain distance from each other and surrounded the square. Coincidentally, There was a stone pier not far from Xiao Yan's side. The lotus on it was in the shape of a blooming lotus. Although it was carved out of stone, it looked very lifelike. It actually looked like a real lotus swaying in the air. After looking around, Xiao Yan's gaze shifted to the center of the square. At a glance, at the center of the square, there was a huge statue standing leisurely. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily changed when he saw this statue. His eyes shrunk slightly. The appearance of this statue was shockingly that of an absolute beauty with an appearance that could topple a city. However, what surprised Xiao Yan at this moment was that the statue's appearance was actually the appearance of the woman that Xiao Yan had seen in the maze when he had just entered the ruins. So, she is the owner of this ruin? Nodding his head gently, Xiao Yan muttered softly in his mouth. Then, the narwhal snake beside him moved its body and turned into the small snake's exquisite appearance again. It floated in the void beside Xiao Yan, and a pair of bright pearl-like eyes looked around curiously. Without Xiao Yan's permission, it did not dare to wander around. Hee, this Mr. Strength is really extraordinary. To think that our group of people have spent a lot of effort in order to climb up here, but I didn't expect Mr. to climb up here so easily. I really admire you. At this moment, a familiar laughter sounded from behind Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan turned around and looked. The person who spoke was the leader of the Hua family, Huaba. Beside him was Huatiani, whose face was slightly pale. With the latter's strength, it was obviously not possible for him to withstand the pressure alone to reach this place. Thinking about it, Huaba's help was not indispensable. Otherwise, with Huaba's strength, it would not take him such a long time to reach this place. Seeing the two of them, Xiao Yan's eyes swiftly swept over them under the black robe. However, he did not dare to stay for too long. The other party was a genuine elite Daoist. If he were to recklessly investigate, it would only give the other party an opportunity to expose him. This was not something that Xiao Yan wished to see happen. His gaze swiftly swept over the two people in front of him. Soon after, Xiao Yan looked behind the two of them. Since the members of the Hua family had already arrived, the other three families should also be here. Sure enough, at the same time that Xiao Yan raised his eyes, Bai Ying from the Bai family, Sun Shuo from the Sun family, as well as Zhuo Bentang and Zhuo Lin from the Zhuo family had also appeared in Xiao Yan's sight. This Mr. Strength is really great. I am the head of the Bai family, Bai Ying. May I know Mr.'s name? Bai Ying, who was wearing a white robe, cupped his hands toward Xiao Yan and spoke in a respectful tone. Once these words were spoken, the other three families immediately turned their gazes over. However, at this moment, the narwhal snake that was floating in the empty space beside Xiao Yan suddenly opened its mouth. A hissing roar was immediately emitted from its mouth. Immediately, the expressions of the people from the four great clans changed as they hurriedly pulled back. Roar! After the roar sounded, the people from the four great clans finally turned their gazes toward the narwhal snake with resentful faces. This small snake in front of them might appear harmless, but after witnessing the scene earlier, even though everyone present was an elite Daoist, their hearts did not dare to underestimate this small snake in front of them. After all, it was an elite Daoist. Moreover, it was a magical beast. Its strength was originally very powerful. Additionally, it happened to be one of the best in the magical beast world. This caused others to not dare to underestimate it. With the narwhal snake blocking them, the people from the four great clans were ultimately unable to obtain the answer that they wanted to hear. Hence, they could only look at each other and suppress the doubt and unwillingness in their hearts. Everyone scattered. Soon after, they focused their eyes and looked over. After a couple of exclamations, everyone's gazes finally paused on the statue in the middle of the square. The statue was of an absolute beauty. At this moment, a cluster of flame-like golden light slowly rose between the two raised palms of the statue. It emitted a glaring golden light that caused one to not dare to look directly at it. This is, from the looks of it, that pressure should be emitted from that thing. Inheritance strength, No wonder it is so powerful. The people from the four great clans stared at the cluster of light with different expressions. A glint shot out from each of their eyes. At the same time, the hearts of these few people were also filled with various thoughts at this moment. However, in the end, no one was willing to step forward and give it a try after everyone's gazes slowly swept over the formation on the ground of the square. A formation left behind by such a strong person would naturally not be so easily eroded by time. From the looks of it now, this formation should require someone to trigger it, after which the entire stone platform would truly come alive. However, no one knew what kind of frightening formation they would have to face at that time. Taha! It was also at this moment that a series of heavy footsteps gradually sounded from behind everyone. Everyone turned around and looked. It was actually those elite Daoist behind them. There was finally someone who had forcefully endured and climbed to this place. Time flowed by. Around 2 hours later, nearly 30 elite Daoist had finally gathered at a corner of this large open ground. This number of elite Daoist was sufficient to allow them to sweep through any faction in the western region. This was something that even the 4 large sects were no exception to. Of course, the target of this group of people at this moment was not the 4 great sections. Instead, it was the golden light cluster in the palm of the statue in front of them. Everyone faced each other. However, no one dared to move. This was because no one could guarantee just what kind of frightening danger was hidden within the area covered by the formation. Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website. Chapter 673. The quiet atmosphere in the square continued for a long time. Everyone's eyes were fiery hot as they stared at the golden light cluster in the hand of the statue in the middle of the square. However, no one dared to step forward and give it a try. The 10 huge beasts from earlier were already this frightening. Now that this large formation was placed in front of them, how could its strength be inferior? For the sake of their own lives, no one present, regardless of whether it was the 4 great clans or those Daoist who had hurried over later, dared to step forward. Everyone in the square stood in a scattered manner. Each of them had their own thoughts in their hearts. They faced each other and were cautious of each other. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was hiding under a black robe, had also leaped into the crowd after those elite Daoist had arrived. The eyes under the black robe swept back and forth across the square. His heart was calm. Xiao Yan knew that the more it was at such a time, the calmer one must be when dealing with matters. Everyone knew that the inheritance was precious. Who present did not have a compassionate heart toward it. However, it was also because of this that he needed to be even calmer. As the saying goes, the hunter will shoot the bird that sticks out. The first person to enter the large formation would definitely not have a good ending. Xiao Yan was not stupid to such an extent. Following the silence of the crowd, the atmosphere in the arena also became exceptionally solemn and tense. Even their breathing had become cautious. Everyone's hearts felt as though there was an invisible boulder pressing down on them. Once that boulder was completely pressed down, everyone present would immediately boil like a pot of boiling oil. However, before this, they needed to use a warm flame to gradually heat it up. Time slowly flowed by. In the blink of an eye, everyone had already stood at the top of the stone platform for 4 hours. At this moment, the originally quiet elite Daoist in the square began to become restless one after another. A prolonged wait without an end was not something that they were willing to see. This group of people could not possibly wait for the large formation to gradually disappear with the migration of time. Even if Xiao Yan could wait, the people from the 4 great clans would definitely not be able to wait. Damn it! Everyone seated here is at the very least an elite Daoist. It is unexpected that we would actually be frightened by a large formation that has not been activated. Don't tell me that everyone will continue to wait here forever if this large formation does not disappear? Suddenly, a cold snort that was mixed with gloominess and disdain was emitted from the crowd, causing quite a number of people present to throw their gazes over. Under the black robe, Xiao Yan's face was expressionless. However, in his heart, he knew that the calm surface of the lake was finally about to be broken by this sudden rock. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on the faces of the people from the 4 great clans. After waiting for so long, they had finally waited for this moment. What a joke! Since you're not afraid, why are you still standing here? Go and experience it yourself. See if this grand formation exists in name only. Perhaps the energy within has already dissipated due to the passage of time. If you give it a try, perhaps the inheritance will be yours, right? That's right. You clearly know that this formation is frightening, yet you still dare to boldly urge us. Since we are all elite Do-D, you should go if you are not afraid. Soon after, numerous words that were filled with various meanings were continuously spat out from the crowd. In an instant, the old man, who had been the first to speak, had a green expression on his old face. Even though this was the case, the words from those people's mouths did not stop. It seemed that they were intentionally trying to infuriate him. Bastard! Since you don't dare to enter, allow the old me to send you in. Suddenly, the old man emitted a furious cry from his mouth. He beckoned with his large hand and a dark black metal rod immediately appeared in the old man's hand. Everyone focused their eyes and looked over. The expression in their eyes immediately changed. Some surprise involuntarily surged into their eyes when they looked at the old man. This is actually the coiling dragon rod. Since this is the coiling dragon rod, doesn't it mean that he is Mu Kunlun? Tiske, I heard that this fellow has killed quite a number of elite Do-D of the same level. It is unexpected that even he has been attracted to the desolate ancient remains this time around. At this moment, the metal rod that had appeared in the old man's hand was surprisingly a rod that had the thickness of an ordinary person's calf. It was around 10 feet long and had a dark black dragon carved on it. When the people present saw the iron rod, their gazes towards the old man were immediately filled with shock. They were extremely fearful of him in their hearts. They were all elite Do-D, but the number of elite Do-D who had died in the hands of this old man had already exceeded the number of one hand. It was not difficult to imagine just how frightening the strength of this old man was. It was likely that his strength could be considered top even when placed among all the elite Do-D present. Even Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, could not help but reveal a surprised expression within his dark black eyes when he heard the evaluation of the old man from the few people beside him. From this battle result, one could really see the strength of this old man. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily sank a little when he thought of this. It seemed that the 4 great clans were not the only ones with great strength in this trip to the remains. Even these lone wolves would not be an ordinary person if their strength could reach such a level. After the metal rod in the old man's hand was revealed, the few elite Do-D, who had spoken rudely to him earlier, immediately shut their mouths. At the same time, the expression on their faces suddenly became solemn. Clearly, they had also heard of this Mu Kunlun's name. You are actually Mu Kunlun. A fat old man, who was facing Mu Kunlun in the battleground at this moment, revealed a solemn expression. No one present dared to underestimate him when facing him. Since you have heard of the old me's name, then you should obediently roll in for the old me. Mu Kunlun's target was clearly the fat old man on the opposite side. Hence, the coiling dragon rod in his hand was suddenly swung while a stern cry was emitted from his mouth. The end of the metal rod was violently swung through the empty air. The wind that it carried instantly shattered the rock floor under his feet, leaving behind a deep groove. At the same time, the old man's body suddenly shot out at this moment. The metal rod was swung and emitted a tuhu sound of rushing wind in the midair. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the fat old man. The fat old man's heart immediately became solemn when faced with Mu Kunlun, who had attacked without saying anything. He did not dare to be careless on the surface. At the same time that he raised his head furiously, the Do-Chi within his body swiftly flowed through the veins of his entire body. He clenched his large hand and an enormous axe appeared in the hand of this fat old man. Let me see if you, Mu Kunlun, are really as strong as what the outside world says. The fat old man let out a furious cry. His thick and short legs abruptly shook. Immediately, his body rushed into the midair and violently smashed toward Mu Kunlun, who was charging toward him. Although this old man appeared fat, his speed was not inferior to Mu Kunlun's, who had a strong body. His entire body was like a meatball as he somersaulted in the air. The large axe in his hand was swung and instantly tore through the empty space. Then, he viciously hacked down on Mu Kunlun's head. From the looks of it, it seemed as though he wanted to forcefully split the latter into two. Insignificant skill. Mu Kunlun coldly laughed when he saw this. The dou qi within his body churned and swiftly flowed through his arm and poured into the coiling dragon rod in his hand. Soon after, the metal rod danced. The moment the enormous axe fell toward him, the metal rod in Mu Kunlun's hand shook and his body suddenly rose. Soon after, the metal rod in Mu Kunlun's hand was swung when the enormous axe of the fat old man missed. From top to bottom, the metal rod with the end of the dragon tail heavily smashed into the chest of the fat old man. Bang! A loud sound was emitted. The fat old man's body immediately shot back uncontrollably. Finally, he violently smashed into the ground in front of everyone's eyes. Grug. The fat old man involuntarily spat out a mouthful of bright red fresh blood the moment he stood up. Soon after, however, the corner of his bloody mouth was lifted into a ferocious smile. He stared at Mu Kunlun in the sky above the crowd and laughed in a stern manner. Mu Kunlun, you are actually only SOS. With just this rod, you are still far from being able to truly injure me. Although he had spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the overall aura of this fat old man did not decrease by even a little. His bright red tongue violently licked his thick lips. The old man stood up, swung the enormous axe in his hand, and was about to attack once again. Ha, that's right. This rod of mine is indeed unable to injure a pig like you. However, it is able to take your life. Mu Kunlun suddenly laughed sternly at the end of his words. His words contained traces of dense coldness. The fat old man only suddenly recovered after hearing these words. His gaze hurriedly turned away from the pitiful smiles on the corner of the Dodi's mouths in the distance. He lowered his head to take a look. At this moment, numerous crooked mysterious symbols were emitting waves of glaring golden light under his feet, causing one to be unable to look directly at them. The fat old man let out two sharp cries from his mouth. He suddenly moved his body and did his best to wildly rush out of the large formation under his feet without even turning his head back. However, at this moment, an arrow-like sharp golden light suddenly shot over from behind the fat old man. In the blink of an eye, it forcefully penetrated the chest of this fat old man. At the same time, the old man's body, which was wildly running forward, suddenly paused in midair. The life within his eyes swiftly disappeared, transforming into a dark black hole. Soon after, he fell heavily onto the ground, after which, the thumb-sized hole that penetrated his chest gradually widened. Golden light covered it. Finally, the fat old man's body strangely disappeared from everyone's sight. The hearts of everyone present suddenly became cold when they saw this scene. A chill that seeped into their hearts swiftly rose within their hearts. Chapter 674. The hearts of everyone present involuntarily pounded when they saw this strange scene that had appeared in front of them. The shock in their hearts was like a yellow river that had suddenly swept out. However, at the same time, a heated emotion rose within the hearts of all the elite Daoist present. Although the large formation in front of them was frightening, it at the very least allowed them to have some confidence in their hearts. As the saying goes, only by knowing oneself and one's enemy would one be able to win 100 battles. All unfamiliar dangers were the most frightening in one's heart. Compared to the former, this large formation might appear quite powerful at this moment, but it at the very least caused all the elite Daoist present to sigh in relief in their hearts. Chi. However, while everyone was panting in their hearts, numerous chi sounds of rushing air suddenly sounded in this enormous square. Immediately, the hearts of everyone present were greatly shocked. Numerous pairs of eyes immediately looked in the direction where the sound had originated from. Over there. It's that stone block. There's also this side. This stone block is the same. In front of everyone's eyes, they could see numerous golden light pillars continuously rising from the 31 stone blocks in the square. In the blink of an eye, each of the 31 stone blocks had a light pillar that shot to the sky and entered the invisible empty space. Soon after, the 31 golden light pillars shot out from each of the 31 golden light pillars high in the sky. They merged with each other in the sky and gradually formed an enormous formation that covered the entire square. A glaring golden light hung high in the middle of the formation like a sun. The golden light was dazzling and eye-catching. However, these elite Daoist were unable to feel even the slightest emotion in their hearts in the face of this majestic scene that caused one to sigh in admiration. If one were to say that there was something, it could only be fear. Following the activation of this large formation, everyone present could clearly see that the lotus stone blocks around the square actually began to slowly rotate. At the same time, numerous obscure mysterious symbols gradually became clear on the surface of the stone blocks. A glaring golden light was emitted from the lotus core. All the elite Daoist present ignored this small change in the stone blocks. Everyone raised their eyes and looked at the enormous formation in the sky. The golden light flashed and a bright glow was reflected from the eyes of all the elite Daoist. It was just like the stars in the night sky, bright and glaring. Suddenly, the cluster of sun-like golden light suddenly brightened while all the elite Daoist present focused their eyes. Soon after, chi-chi, sound of air being split appeared and a 10-foot-thick golden light pillar suddenly shot out from the cluster of golden light. In an instant, it tore through the empty space. It was just like a meteor falling from the sky as it charged toward the elite Daoist below. The appearance of this scene caused the expressions of everyone present to suddenly change. The group of elite Daoist, who had been gathered together a moment ago, had scattered like birds and beasts the next moment. Even so, the speed of the golden light was not slow at all. In the end, there were still 2 old men who were unable to dodge in time, and their bodies were instantly pierced by the golden light pillar. In front of the golden-colored light pillar, the Daoist armor that was agglomerated on the surface of their bodies was like tofu. It was instantly destroyed by the golden-colored light pillar in an extremely easy manner. Soon after, the crowd that had scattered in all directions stopped their bodies. They turned their eyes back and looked over. The 2 elite Daoist, whose strength was not the least bit weak, had turned into golden light that permeated the sky under the golden-colored light pillar. The hearts of everyone present suddenly paled when they saw this scene. Those 2 were also elite Daoist. Yet, they did not have the ability to resist the golden light pillar. Even though everyone present boasted of their extraordinary strength, they still involuntarily felt a chill that seeped into their hearts when faced with this golden light pillar. This formation, isn't it a little too frightening? The eyes of quite a number of elite Daoist within the crowd were shocked as they looked at the enormous formation in the sky. This was especially the case when they looked at the golden light cluster. Their eyes revealed a deep fear. Although they had come for the treasures within the remains, they had never thought that they would die in this place. They boasted of their great strength. Being elite Daoist, there were very few people in the entire western region who could kill them. Yet, even someone as strong as a Daoist was unable to survive for more than a second under this formation. How could this not cause fear to form in their hearts? However, just as a portion of the elite Daoist were about to turn their heads and withdraw, they realized that there was no longer any path of retreat around the stone platform. The stone steps from earlier had already disappeared. Currently, all they could see was a bottomless abyss. At this moment, all the elite Daoist present finally recovered. This included the people from the 4 great clans. A grave expression was written on everyone's faces. There was no path of retreat. The formation in front of them was so frightening that they did not have the ability to fight back. From the looks of it, this group of people seemed to have fallen into a hopeless situation. Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe in the air, had an incomparably grave expression on his face under the black robe. A pair of dark black eyes repeatedly swept over the entire open ground, hoping to find a thread of survival. However, when Xiao Yan looked around, all he saw was bright golden light all over the place. He was unable to find any openings. Thinking about it at this moment, it was likely that the deepest part of the remains was a trap. It was likely that the owner of the remains did not intend to leave behind his cultivation inheritance. Damn it! There are no openings. Don't tell me that we can only wait for death here? Xiao Yan frowned tightly under the black robe. His hands under his sleeves had unknowingly clenched into fists. Even with Xiao Yan's calm state of mind, he was unable to continue to remain calm in this kind of hopeless situation. At this moment, The huge formation in the sky began to operate once again. Dazzling golden light suddenly shot out and the entire square was instantly enveloped by the golden light. Everyone present could not help but shut their eyes. Soon after, the sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out once again. This time around, the formation's attack was even more ferocious than before. As the sound of something breaking through the air rang out beside everyone's ears, miserable shrieks immediately rang out from the two groups of people who were standing in two different places. The crowd in the sky once again fled in panic. In the blink of an eye, the golden light that covered the open ground had already scattered. Everyone raised their eyes. Only then did they see two golden light pillars descending from the sky. This time around, the golden light had killed nearly 10 elite Daoist in one go. 10 Daoist. If they were placed in the western region in the outside world, they would be terrifying existences that could do whatever they wanted. However, they had disappeared in the blink of an eye within the remains. Chapter 675. Everyone present, whose faces were filled with shock, only gradually recovered when the golden light pillar gradually scattered. Everyone's faces had some lingering fear as they looked at the spot where the golden light pillar had disappeared. At that spot, over 10 elite Daoist had lost their lives. Fear surged within everyone's hearts. At this moment, even Xiao Yan could only helplessly maneuver the Dou Qi within his body, preparing to face any unexpected change in the situation. Chi. Soon after, before everyone present had any time to catch their breaths, the enormous golden formation above everyone's heads once again began to operate. Chi sound was emitted from the golden light cluster. The golden light on the entire formation also gradually became brighter. Seeing this scene, all the elite Daoist in the empty space were immediately startled. The Dou Qi within their bodies surged out, preparing themselves for the golden light pillar that was about to descend once again. Soon after, a sharp sound of rushing air suddenly resounded over the place a couple of breaths later. Two shocking golden light pillars also shot out explosively from the golden energy cluster. They once again shot explosively toward the elite Daoist in the empty space below. This time around, everyone in the sky was clearly prepared. Dozens of figures flashed and bitterly dodged the golden light pillars that brushed past them. Although they had dodged the two light pillars, their hearts did not rejoice because of this. This was because soon after the two golden light pillars missed, the large formation above everyone's heads once again began to operate without stopping. However, in the blink of an eye, another two light pillars fell one after another. Their targets were the elite Daoist below. What? It's coming again! Everyone was suddenly shocked when the golden light shot out. Xiao Yan swiftly lifted his gaze under the black robe. He could see that one of the two golden light pillars was actually shooting toward his direction. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes hardened. He hurriedly raised his Dou Qi and moved his body. Only when the light pillar arrived in front of him did he bitterly brush past it. The large black robe moved with the wind. A corner of the black robe came into contact with the golden light and quietly melted like snowflakes that had fallen into water. Greatly alarmed, Xiao Yan hurriedly retreated. By the time he came to a stop, a large portion of his black robe had already been burned away by the golden light. This pillar of light is truly terrifying. A paleness involuntarily surged onto Xiao Yan's face under the black robe. His black robe had been corroded. Under the remnant might of the light pillar, Xiao Yan had also been somewhat affected. Although Xiao Yan had dodged the golden light pillar, the elite Daoist on the other side were not so lucky. Although over half of them had managed to dodge it, there were still 3 elite Daoist who had died miserably under the golden light pillar. However, just as everyone relaxed in their hearts, the large golden formation in the sky churned once again. In an instant, another golden light pillar shot out and shot towards the crowd below. What? This damn thing, it's actually not done yet? Everyone involuntarily frowned when they saw it. The Dou Qi within their bodies surged wildly as they dodged towards the empty space in the distance. At this moment, Wang Lin, who was standing at the spot where the Zhuo clan was located among the 4 great clans, frowned as he watched the golden light pillar once again descend. This time around, there was actually only one. Zhuo Lin recalled the situation after the light pillar had descended. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes narrowed slightly and a surprised expression involuntarily flashed across the deep region of his eyes. This thing is really overbearing. If it does not take a life, it will continue to descend like this. In the end, even if the people here are not killed by the light pillar, they should be exhausted to death. The expressions of the people around him immediately changed when they heard these words. They pondered for a moment in their hearts and quickly understood. No wonder this golden light pillar continued to descend. So this was the reason. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of those elite Daoist present involuntarily changed once again after they heard Zhuo Lin's words. In other words, this light pillar would definitely not rest until it killed everyone present. Damn it! Don't tell me that we should just sit here and wait for death. The expressions on the faces of everyone present immediately became gloomy after they understood this point in their hearts. They did not have the slightest room to retaliate under this golden light pillar. However, if this continued, everyone present would not have any way to survive. While everyone was feeling anxious in their hearts, Zhuo Lin, who was in the empty space, hurriedly swept his sword-like sharp eyes over the open ground. On the other side, everyone present once again hurriedly dodged as the golden light pillar descended. Just as everyone was about to dodge the golden light pillar, a small skinny old man among the crowd suddenly attacked the people beside him. In this current situation, almost everyone's attention was placed on the golden light pillar in front of them. Who would bother about the people beside them? As expected, the old man had suddenly attacked. A white-haired old man, who had luckily dodged the golden light pillar, had just revealed a smile of having survived a calamity when a frightening enormous force violently pressed against his back from behind. Bang! The skinny old man's palm landed. Although the white-haired old man in front of him was not seriously injured, he was once again violently pushed into the golden light pillar before it disappeared. A sharp, miserable cry had just sounded when it quickly returned to silence. After which, the golden light scattered. Only then did everyone present look at the skinny old man with shocked faces. Everyone's eyes revealed a deep fear. What are you doing? Now that everyone is standing on the same boat, what difference is there between your actions and sinking the boat together? An old man with a resolute face among the scattered crowd waved his sleeves and angrily reprimanded the skinny old man with an angry face. At the same time, following this old man's voice, the group of elite Daoist in the empty space also turned their gazes over. Everyone's eyes carried a trace of anger. Everyone has heard what Shuo Gongzi said earlier. Once the light pillar appears, it will not stop until blood is seen. If everyone here continues to dodge like this, even if everyone is an elite Daoist, how long will you be able to endure? Hearing this, the skinny old man laughed. His smile appeared dark and evil. Hearing this, everyone in the empty space involuntarily frowned. Soon after, the skinny old man once again spoke and laughed strangely. As for what I did earlier, it was merely a delaying tactic. Although I pushed him into the golden light, didn't I also save your lives at the same time? Otherwise, why would all of you have the time to listen to me speak here? You would have long been cautiously dodging the golden light with all your hearts. After the skinny old man's words sounded, this time around, everyone present finally gradually quietened down. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. The golden formation, which was still churning intensely a moment ago, had indeed calmed down. It was likely that there would not be any more movements for some time. At the end of the day, I am not the only one who killed this fellow. All of you have done the same. The skinny old man waved his sleeves. His shriveled finger was like an awl as he pointed at everyone present. His face was filled with ridicule as he laughed coldly. Immediately, everyone present frowned and lowered their heads. They were actually speechless. In an instant, the atmosphere in the square had once again become unusually quiet. So this is the way to resolve it. Suddenly, Zhuo Lin, who had been looking around the square below from the midair, suddenly opened his mouth. A pair of sharp sword-like eyes stared at the stone blocks on the square below. A cold smile gradually surged onto the corner of his mouth.